some notes, but all caught up now. So, we last left off with everyone convening, or starting to convene, at Castle de Veloska, which is technically not even his real house. It is a house that has been on loan to him.
Lockhart's place.
Correct. Lockhart's place that he has lovingly turned into his own place, since she did not say he couldn't do that.
Since she requests continued assistance from him.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
As a trade-off there.
You can live here as long as you want. You just gotta keep us alive. We have the right to show up at the door bleeding, and you have to fix us.
He will always oblige.
Though
Either
that
out
will
of the
not
goodness
stop
or his
him
heart.
from complaining.
Yeah, it'll be either out of the goodness of his heart or out of the frustration in his bones.
Hey, at least he's not paying rent, okay?
True. But yes, I believe.
I haven't done a recap, technically.
Well, thank you for volunteering, Iris. Do the recap.
No,
Go.
I wasn't volunteering.
Go. You're doing great so far.
I and Bengetti did VR stuff. Fucked around with that. Got some Bengetti lore. Well, not even really Bengetti lore, just more like... Well, it's
Okay.
Bengetti lore in his own way.
So I need to point this out because I don't know that it was necessarily grasped the same way that I grasped it. As a, if it was not grasped and I have the correct understanding, then this needs to be said so everybody has the breadcrumb. He's talking about his dad. However, this is an engineered body.
Mm-hmm.
This is a clone of some sort, so that's implanted memories of some sort.
That sounds like a good breadcrumb.
I don't know if the two of you grasp that, Iris and Amy.
Oh, yeah, I figured
Makes
it was
sense,
either
yeah.
that or an Astro Boy situation.
Astro Boy?
Hey, don't worry, I had the breadcrumbsy.
It's just like you're going down like a lot of questions about Dad, but I'm like, I don't think Dad's real.
Wait, Joe, do you not know Astro Boy?
I know of Astro Boy, but I don't know how it applies in that situation.
Same.
Am I remembering this right? Am I getting this confused with someone else? Because I feel like...
I mean, I literally only know Astro Boy as the anime robot boy who is made by, like, an old man. That it's like Pinocchio, but that is literally all I remember.
Yeah, I was thinking that, like, it could be something similar to an Astro Boy situation, where, like, clone of boy who died.
Oh, okay.
That has all
Possible.
of his memories, and does not realize, or does not know that he is a robot/clone.
I don't remember if you guys told Bengetti that he was a clone, or if that was directly implicated.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
He knows. He just does not
Yeah.
care.
Yeah,
Because
okay,
that
that's
was-
what I thought.
That was something that like Cosmic, like said something that made us all like crack up. But yeah, it was pretty directly said. Yeah, your brain is a copy of some sort that has been fucked with, but that also means that your body is a clone of some sort. And he has seen pictures of Talgetti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's been
Okay,
reinforced
cool.
multiple times.
And
Yep.
we've also seen Jonathan on the screen.
Correct.
So,
Mm-hmm.
Though I don't think Bengetti actually turned to watch that. To like see.
No, I think he did see it and then did like totally disregard it. I remember that much. So he's aware that there are clones of him, as well. I know it was a matter of like, I don't remember if he internalized or was told if explicitly like, you are probably, if not definitely, a clone.
Yeah,
I
that's
always
been
stated.
covered.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because that was part of the legacy bullying Lockhart, saying you're going to tell him about this shit, or I'm going to tell him about this shit. Which one do you want?
But yes, we have. I will say that unless Lockhart, unless you want to talk to Veloska and JJ in private at all, which you could wake JJ up.
Get up.
I don't have anything in particular in mind right now. So.
No, JJ needs to wake up when Legacy decides she's going to sit herself on the back of the couch, because that's the only place to sit. So he just wakes up to this, like, a Legacy hovering over him.
Jesus Christ.
With a fucking giant Oreo milkshake.
Why are you
then
bruised?
then yeah, what we can do is we'll fast forward, because Veloska is not particularly chatty. He doesn't care how you got wounded. He will fix you and then drug you up so that you are less wounded. So you can mark that this is a scene transition, so you naturally heal one wound, and then Veloska's care will heal one additional wound, plus whatever abilities you have, if you have any related to healing.
I doubt.
I don't know if you do. I thought you only had the defensive ones that like mitigate damage but do not heal damage.
Yeah, I don't have anything that heals.
Her abilities that make you heal faster? I didn't know those existed.
I can't remember if I gave one to Lockhart through her special class or not.
You did not.
I think it's mostly like damage mitigation.
Yeah, it's damage mitigation. The only healing that I think is the suit, which is not
a revival.
Yeah, it's not a heal. It's a, I'm taking a critical wound for you here.
Yeah. But then you guys are hanging out at Veloska's, and you know, a little bit of time passes. It feels like not nearly as long as it is, but after about an hour and change, Marcus and Legacy bounce through the door. And what treat did Marcus stop to get Legacy? A giant Oreo milkshake?
Yes.
Of some kind?
Yes.
Okay. And I forget the other order of arrival, but Legacy and Marcus walk through the door. The current time of day right now, it's probably around like lunchtime-ish, maybe a little bit after, closer to 1 to 2 o'clock. So the station's in relatively sunny, like nice kind of summery mode. And the apartment that Veloska's in, mind you, Lockhart, this is your safe house, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the safe house is actually like part of an sort of like the inverse of the Kaya and Legacy's apartment. It almost feels like a motel, where the front door faces a walkway that goes down a set of stairs and out. But he's on like the 7th or 8th floor on like a 20-floor like tower of apartments that are squeezed together. You didn't have to go up the steps. There is a shitty elevator. But you can go up the steps if you want. They have to keep them there as a legal necessity for fire code. But
Legacy doesn't care about going up and down steps. She probably did it just to annoy Marcus of like, you've not done your cardio, have you?
I did do my cardio. I don't want to do 2 cardios. This sucks. But he would follow. He would actually he'd be pretty good about keeping up too. despite all of his protests, he is actually very he has
He's
gotten
getting
good
good.
cardio.
It's working.
Yes, it is working. The torture is working. But now Legacy and Marcus burst through the door, and the first thing they see in their immediate vicinity, the apartment is kind of like a flat where there is a wide open space that fuses the living room and the kitchenette into like one communal space, or kitchen, dining room, and living room all kind of fused together. On the far side, the couch has like kind of been propped up against the wall, and you can see that there's no dining room table, but there is. Veloska has purchased like a shitty ramshackle, not a stretcher, but like a fold up table. I can't remember the word for it. It's not a cot. It's not a stretcher, but it's something that can be wheeled along the ground so that he can actually like perform operations on people who are unconscious by laying them out perfectly flat and not have to like kneel next to a couch in like an awkward situation. But he has shoved the dining room table off to the side to make room, and on the dining room table that you had here, Lockhart, which it's not like super fancy, it's just kind of functional.
Yeah, it was just her there, so it's pretty small.
Mm-hmm. And all on it has gone a lot of much older surgical equipment. There's basically like 2 or 3 things there. There's like 2 monitors. There is a computer that Veloska had on him, and then there is his go bag behind it, and a couple of cables running down and into the wall. It's kind of a messy setup, but he has made it work for himself. And then he has a brand new rolly chair with no back to it, like one of the classic doctor's office chairs that allows him to wheel himself around the table efficiently. But it is, other than that, the apartment is very Spartan in what is there. There's not much. There's not really any decoration, I imagine. As it is a safe house, there's like Lockhart wouldn't put up posters, would she?
No.
Posters, pictures, any sort of decoration or adornments on the wall. It is just function.
There might be like a bookshelf with some like instructional stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those books might be hollow. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So there is a very modest bookshelf with a smattering of books. It seems it is enough. There are enough books on the bookshelf to make it seem more empty than actually it being empty. But yeah, other than that, you can see that the hallway shoots off to the left into what is probably the bedroom and bathroom area. And there's an unconscious JJ who you can hear snoring the moment you open the door. He has rolled onto his side, facing away from the windows. So like a motel, the windows and the door to the front, or the actual door to enter, are on the same side. So there's no windows on the inside around apartment aside from what you get when you walk in. So he's like JJ has tucked his face into the couch back so that the light doesn't bother him. In like, this is an unconscious sleepy maneuver. The kind where you're not really waking up, you're just like reflexively like, bright, and then you roll over. But he is on his side. You can see that there's bandaging on part of his head, part of his like arm and torso, and he has a very, well, it's not really a blanket. I was going to say a very small blanket. It's more like a towel in terms of size. It doesn't even cover half of him. It is enough for him to hold and kind of cuddle around his upper half. But he's just there with his it's weird. It's a little odd because normally you see him very put together, very kempt, but in this moment he is wearing just his white button-down shirt that's partially untucked, and his slacks, and his black socks. He is with no shoes or whatever, and then beside him you see Lockhart, who also looks to be quite a sight. Bandage over the head in a similar fashion, arm in a very loose but still secure sling. How does Lockhart look like expression wise? Very flat? Is she like watching Voloska, who is typing on his computer?
She was she was kind of watching Veloska and JJ. Heard the door knock. The slight temptation to pretend to be asleep crossed her mind.
Please.
But yeah, she mostly was just looking at Velosa, and she just looks annoyed, which not all that strange.
Cool. She's gonna be more annoyed because Legacy takes about half a second to take this in, spots blonde hair, probably picked up like a green tea latte or something, like iced, so it's cold. And guess what gets jammed into like the side of your neck as she like rounds the chair.
There's a part of you, Lockhart, that wants to flinch and curl up because cold on the neck, but there is another part of your body that feels it and is like, that helps swelling. That's nice.
There is also the instinct of something being jabbed at me. What the fuck?
It's a quote unquote treat for Lockhart. Legacy just assumes she doesn't want any milkshakes or nothing. It's like, this is boring. This is boring, cold and wet.
She kind of, like I said, a little surprised, but she kind of nods and takes it.
You look like shit.
You hear the sound of hand slapping face from behind you, Legacy.
You're not beating around the bush, are you?
When have you ever known me to do that?
That point.
So what did you fight this time? Just like gangs or... Please don't tell me you were fucking around with the terabytes again.
If it were the terabytes, I would not be in this condition.
Fair. Legacy is going to perch herself very precariously on the arm of the couch closest to JJ's feet.
When you perch up there, you can see JJ. His hair is like all. This is the first time you've really seen how long his hair is. He has pretty, like, decent length hair. For a man, this would be considered slightly below medium length hair. So it's not to his shoulders, but he very, very rigorously combs and like slicks his hair so that it is not like dangling in his face at all. And now you can see that with the amount of stuff he has been through recently, his hair is much more unkempt and kind of in his face a little bit. But he doesn't even... there's not even a hint of a stir in his posture as you sit on the couch arm next to him.
Legacy just kind of like stares for a moment. You can see the consideration of being probably very mean. Decides better. Looks back towards Lockhart. And you took our favorite bartender with you.
He's the one who gave me the lead.
Lead that? I'm assuming that means it's something that's better left to, at least Kaya being here. Whoever else decides to show up, so you don't have to describe it multiple times and strangle the last person that asks you a question.
That would be appreciated. I'm surprised she's not here with you.
I think she was at Big Yeti's. No. Even with her speed demon tactics, there's no beating the physics of just being that far away.
Still not in agreement. There really was no reason for you all to come down.
Points at Marcus.
We were worried, and we wanted to check in on you. And the first thing we heard after you being kind of not gone, but mysteriously in and out, was that you were hurt really badly.
Fucked up.
That
Mom needs someone to keep their mouth shut.
Legacy will just kind of like lean forward a little bit to like see and peer around to like Veloska's back. She's gonna live, right?
Veloska, like, you can see his tiny little glasses on. He runs a hand through his hair and kind of pushes his hair out of his face and just... Duh. She'll be fun. She will complain, but she will be fine. If she does not tear out her stitches.
Don't make the man do his work twice.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Yeah, because he probably would just throw you out the window.
I think JJ took the brunt of it, to be honest.
You think JJ what?
Took the brunt of it.
Veloska, like, you could see like a brief moment of thought cross his face as his eyes kind of scan the ceiling, and then he just kind of shrugs and turns back to his computer. Marcus walks over and he will pull out, like, I imagine you guys had a drink tray at this point, and he will pull a very simple, like, small, it is a medium coffee cup, but Veloska's got big old mitts, so it looks kind of small in his hand. So he pulls out a little coffee cup, very plain, and sets it down next to Veloska. And Veloska looks at it, kind of confused, and looks up at Marcus. And Marcus is like, it's just black coffee. I assumed that you were not a very extra kind of person. And he looks back down at it, and we'll reach over and grab it and just slowly start to sip it, and then nod. Thank you. And then I'll turn back to his computer.
Oh, and here I was hoping that Marcus is going to be wrong. You're going to be like an oat milk latte on ice, some bullshit like that.
You can see he doesn't turn his head to look at you, Legacy. You can see one eye like dart over to look at you and regard you as just like, do I look like a type of person who would? And then he just eye goes back to his computer and continues typing.
Legacy's in little shit mode right now.
Oh, so what happened? Or are we just gonna wait until Kaya and everyone else gets here before we do the whole story thing, so you don't have to repeat yourself?
I imagine she's going to prefer to wait for most of it. However, just a few primary questions. Nothing that's going to be chasing you, right?
No, I don't think so.
Am I going to have to go deep diving to, like, wipe the fact that you and JJ were some fucking where?
Considering I have the security footage, I don't think so.
You have security footage?
Where did you go to get security footage?
Gimme.
I don't think she has it on her because like she was sleeping on that lazy boy, like I said, but maybe like on a little coffee, like small coffee table, kind of picks up the item. I don't know if it's small or big or however you want it to be.
It's about the size of like 2 cell phones. It's a hard drive, so it's slightly bigger than a normal cell phone, and it's kind of an old model of technology. But yeah, it's sitting over there. It can fit in the palm of your hand, basically.
Yeah, okay. She'll grab it and hand it over. But she probably has to use the arm across her body, so it's like a little bit closer to her, but she's still trying to hand it over.
Like she's gonna take that and sit her ass on the ground and pull out a laptop.
Enjoy your gift.
Oh boy. Marcus walks over and sits like he basically just sit on the floor in front of Lockhart and like to the side of Legacy so that he can make like a little circle of conversation. Legacy, this hard drive is not encrypted. It is this is quite possibly like the easiest you've ever had to the easiest time you will ever have dealing with anything that is labeled security. It is ostensibly just a bunch of data, but there's no lock on anything. There's no password of any kind. You've effectively got like that. This is one of those things where the security manager did not think anyone would have access to it or would be able to get it in this state. So once you like click into it, it'll take you some time just by the volume of it, but there's literally nothing preventing you from getting at this. You just open it up and it's damn near just a USB of information, like a lot of information, but information nonetheless. The first thing that you can note is that there is a lot of footage on this. Footage that dates way, 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 way back. Like a couple years back. And you imagine that they probably never really cycled anything out. But there is no security footage from like even the past few weeks. So if Lockhart got this damaged and everything last night, there's no footage of her on this.
Legacy just probably starts being snarky about the fact this is just like the most piss poor security she has ever seen.
Let's see, what else can you get from this?
Anything from down there at the bottom levels?
No, not from the bottom levels. You can see that there are the arrangement that you can see goes basically to the security room, and it goes through a couple of maintenance procedures, like talking about maintaining the security drones. It has information on the make and model of the security drones. It has purchase orders that were coming through and like when deliveries were being expected for different types of things. There's a lot of information you can get that will probably fill out a lot of what was going on, but there's no the only security footage that you can find is everything from like the first probably 5 to 10 floors, anything in the upper levels.
Is there footage of the elevator?
No. There's footage of the front of the elevator on the first floor. But there is no footage of the elevator, like, inside the elevator.
I imagine if it's that much information, she has to kind of parse through and reorganize to make it make sense at the very least. That would take her enough time that the others would get there probably right around the time she is starting to get to a point where, like, okay, now I can search this shit properly.
Yeah, I'll say after a few hours worth of information, or a few hours of digging, by the time Kai gets there, you can get some insight as to some of what transpired. You'd probably need a few more hours of, like, really digging to get a perfect idea, but you can at least have some good insight to glean from it.
Get it all categorized.
Yeah, basically get it all categorized, and I will give you the benefit of you can ask any, like, I'll say you can ask 3 questions to me if you want, or I can just give you a kind of top-down view of what was going on without any specifics.
I kind of want to, like, because of how I imagine this shaking out, Lockhart explaining herself first.
Yes, that I was gonna say. While Legacy is doing that, even, like, if she was doing that in total silence, Marcus would watch you for a few minutes and then turn to Lockhart and say, "So, for my sake, what was going on, I guess? And did you need backup?"
Oh, so much for waiting for the others to get here.
Well, quick rundown. Doesn't have to be big.
We went to an abandoned building in Turing that changed hands. We didn't think there would be as much resistance as there was. I honestly didn't think I didn't even think JJ would have been needed.
Resistance? People resistance or other resistance?
Other.
It wasn't Dreamers, was it?
I didn't think so.
I'm gonna be real here. I think it was a pissed off dreamer. Even as strong as Lockhart is, her and or JJ would be dead.
Honestly, I may have preferred to fight Observer of those things.
Would you have told Veloska what had happened, or would you have just rolled in and Veloska? There would be questions from Veloska, but it'd be more like EMT style questions of, like, did you have chemicals on you? Did you take chemicals? Are you currently under the effects of an air hypo? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
To provide proper medical care. But would you have said, like, no, we were fighting robots, we were here, we were doing this?
I don't think she would have, unless Veloska asked or had any questions. Like, she would have been decently upfront with him if he had specific questions. But I also imagine, like, she was really tired and just...
Yeah,
She She was being quiet, not because of her usual self, but literally just being so tired. And out.
Veloska would have kept it very efficient. Like,
Okay.
it would have been enough to glean, like, he could rule out some places you were probably at and some things you were probably doing, but he would not, like, no bullet wounds. He'd be like, okay, cool, none of them were shot. No needle marks, none of them injected or were injected with anything. Like, it's just mostly blunt trauma and like puncture, stabbing wounds of some kind, and that sort of thing. Which that is easy to take care of, sorta.
She would have told him that they were coming from Turing, like when she contacted him. Like, hey, this is the ETA kind of thing. But I don't think she would have, like, unless he asked, would have specified, the exacts.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, but with that, if there's anything you would want to add to Marcus's understanding, because he would just kind of nod and not ask too much more and suggest, like, oh, okay, I guess let's just see. Let's see what Kaya thinks, or wait for Kaya. And
I'll find out what's on that hard drive.
So you can wait for Kaya to get there.
Just trigger another fucking legacy rant about the hard drive.
Since it's gonna be a little while, like, Lockhart probably closes her eyes. Not full on sleeping, but, like, that resting. You're aware of what's going on around you, but you're just low power mode. Which,
so the next...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just say, like, which doesn't happen a lot around other people, pointing out. So.
Yeah. The next one to show up, though, is not Kaya. It is Cosmic. He shows up alone. It's just him. But at this point, the door, like, everyone is pointing at the door so you can see, and Cosmic rolls up. He has in his hands this time a, like, it is like a thing of popcorn, like almost movie popcorn, but it has like a drizzle on top of it. He is some kind of like kettle corn snack that he got from somewhere.
Jumbo bucket.
Yeah. There's a huge, huge bucket of kettle corn with some kind of sugary glaze on top of it.
So she just kind of like glances up, blinks at it. I'm gonna make myself a bingo card, I think.
He just blinks. Why?
Because every time I see you, there's a different snack.
He just takes, like, he doesn't say anything to that. He just stares at you and then takes a fistful of kettle corn and eats slowly. Did you want some?
Maybe.
He'll walk in. The bucket is big enough that he has wrapped his arm around part of it. It's about as big as the 72-ounce big gulp of slushy.
Just join the circle on the floor.
Yeah, with no hesitation, he walks in and will sit beside Marcus and then look over his shoulder to Veloska and then kind of scoot outwardly. Veloska's not sitting near everyone, but Cosmic scoots awkwardly so that Veloska is technically still, like, part of the circle. He just kind of is awkwardly way over the edge, so it makes it kind of like a really, really long ellipse. But he wants he wants Veloska to feel like he's part of the pick or part of the group.
Even though
Also
Veloska's
boring.
trying his damnedest to not be.
Just sitting over there, typing away at his computer. You're not sure what he's typing. It seems he could be typing something actually important. He could not be. It seems like he just is trying to busy himself to an extent.
Surprised Beluska hasn't decided to just go into the bedroom.
Oh, he's about to, because now we've hit a point where I imagine there's enough of Legacy just like hitting process on shit in waiting.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, okay, I'm not gonna annoy Lockhart right now because I'm gonna be kind of nice and let her explain once. I've been annoying Marcus all morning. Cosmic's hard to annoy. JJ's passed out. Veluska.
Huh.
Just feel the heat of a gaze on his back for a minute. Do you have, like, Veluska? What? You're doing underground clinic stuff. I get that. Like, are you actually a doctor? Or did you just unfortunately figure this shit out?
He stops typing, and then closes his eyes and exhales, and turns to face Legacy and just goes, "Are you asking if I have my medical license or a degree?"
Yes.
He nods and just goes, "Once," and yes, then turns back to the computer.
Did you actually work at a hospital?
I worked at a private clinic for a few years in my youth. I did not like my teacher.
Asshole.
He stops typing, and you can see that there is like a distant memory somewhere behind his eyes where he's like remembering something, and there's just this rueful glare that he shoots at a person who's not there anymore. He nods real slowly and just goes, well, he shrugs. He would extort clients for sexual favors. So I broke his jaw.
Good job.
He nods.
So I'm assuming that's how you ended up in underground shit then.
That would also be where I lost my identical license. But yes, I did not want to. I did not want to leave people who needed help without help. So.
Sound like my mom, to be honest.
His face kind of scrunches at that. Like, he feels weird, like being compared to your mom. Not because of any sort of gender or anything. It's just weird to think, because he does not, in his head, know what to picture.
Okay. Well, I guess he just like lets him sit in that for a second and like waves a hand. She runs a clinic. Above ground, but you know, street level.
Well, I hope she does good work then. She sounds nice.
She nods. And then she has tested Veloska's patience long enough. The attempt at...
That's long enough.
Yep. The attempt at being nice to Lockhart is about to end.
Wonderful.
I'll, like, feel the gaze shift.
like a lighthouse turning, the shining light lands on Lockhart. But not long after that, after Cosmic's arrival and a little bit more banter, Kaya and Ben-Gedi arrive. The door opens and you see Kaya rode her motorcycle, right? And forcibly got Ben-Gedi on the back.
Yep. She also got she always carries like a extra helmet with her.
Mm-hmm.
However, she discovered in the last race that, being able to talk to the person would be nice. So she put in fucking radios in the fucking helmets, and oh boy, I'm sure she regrets that.
Ben-Gedi walked up slightly behind you, like the door opens and it's just Kaya, and then there's a moment where it's like, thought Ben-Gedi was with you, and then he walks around the corner. He looks seasick.
Kaya, who like has her usual outfit on, but she still has her coveralls like tied around her waist, but she also has her fucking like leather jacket on. And I imagine as she's walking through the door is when she's like pulling off her helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Like she didn't even take her helmet out before she got inside. She takes that off like as she's walking in.
Yeah,
you see watching, and then waits long enough till she sees Ben-Gedi come through the door, and just like point and laugh for a second.
Ben-Gedi, like, again, he looks like he is recovering from a nauseous episode. He hears fucking Legacy cackle at him, and he is holding onto the railing in front of, like, out front of the door, and he just very impotently holds up his other hand, a long, protracted middle finger. Fuck off. Fuck yourself. Die.
Guy's gonna fucking push him, like get him through the door so you can close it. So if I'm understanding the scene correctly, JJ is passed out on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
Lockhart is reclining in a lazy boy. Voloska is sitting at a computer desk? On a chair?
And he's sitting at like a table with a bunch of shit shoved on it. Yeah, he's sitting at a table with a bunch of shit in a corner, like to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a makeshift computer desk.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then we got Legacy, Marcus, and Cosmic on the floor.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you would open the door and...
not abnormal to see Legacy on the floor.
No, it's not. It's just like there's more than one person on the floor. This is new.
It's a floor party.
Floor party.
To be fair, it sounds like Marcus tends to sit on the floor when Legacy does at this point.
I feel like that's something he's learned.
He likes to sit next to Legacy, even if it's in a weird spot. So if she sits on the floor, he will very, very often sit next to her on the floor.
Kai is just like, guys, there's a couch right next to you. Whenever they're at the apartment, I'm just like.
But you can see when you walk in, Cosmic and Marcus, their backs are towards the front door, and in front of them, you can see the couch is mostly occupied entirely by JJ, or what you presume to be JJ, having like turned over a very shoddy towel thrown over his torso, and he is just the snoring has gotten quieter, but he is still very very softly snoring.
Okay. How is Lockhart looking?
Legacy has been pestering her for at least the past 10 minutes.
Oh my god.
A mix of recovering physically and like still tired eyes, but
She's had her eyes closed but has been responding.
Yeah, she has bandages. She has a lot of fresh bandages on from Voloska.
Okay.
But her arm is in a sling.
The major ones are the wrap on her head and then the arm in the sling, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Look, Kaya fucking walks in through the door, taking off her helmet. She probably like leaves it by the door, probably. And she just like walks in. She's just gonna ignore whatever the fuck Bengetti and Legacy are doing. After she closes the door, she's like, "Yeah, that's just par for the course. That's just gonna happen."
It always.
Yeah, exactly. They gotta greet each other. um, she's just gonna start fucking taking off her fucking jacket and her fucking riding gloves as she just fucking looks at the whole group. Like, alright, so what the fuck happened?
Marcus slowly turns to look at Lockhart and then just goes, "Now can we hear the full story?"
Just a sigh. But a small nod as she kind of opens her eyes. Okay, so as I said earlier, JJ found a lead on this building in Turing that had exchanged hands from multiple corporations, namely Tetsuo, initially. The place was supposedly abandoned, and we figured it would be a good way to get some information on the type of security they may have had in the past. What we got initially was that, pointing, kind of like nodding her head to Legacy's computer, figuring getting getting the information on the camera feed of the building. We got further down to the lower levels, which, by the way, there were many floors below. And we happened upon some sort of containment chamber. It seemed like it had been broken out of. After a bit of after some unfortunate circumstances, the security system was triggered. And we had to deal with turrets and security drones. Some pretty advanced ones, to be honest.
Bengetti walks in the door, finds the easy chair, and Lockhart's sitting in the easy chair though, right?
Yep.
Okay. He walks in and will find like a corner. He'll walk over to the couch, grab one of the couch pillows that is near like JJ's feet, and he will find a spot where there's enough room for him to put the pillow down and then lie completely on the floor and bury his head in the pillow.
Is he okay?
He just rode with Kaya.
Kaya, it's fucking. While he was doing that, she has made her way over to Lockhart to inspect her herself with her own two eyes. She'll be like standing like next to Lockhart on the fucking like easy recliner chair.
Like the arm of it?
Yeah. He's like, what? He's being dramatic.
I didn't expect him to want to leave his home.
Well, I told him we were, coming here, so.
So it wasn't by choice.
Well, I mean, I didn't drag him out.
She kind of glances over at Bengetti. kind of expecting some kind of response, but I assume he's just buried in the pillow.
Yeah, pretty much. He can hear you. There's a slight like wave of the hand. Interpret that how you will.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like I forced him out or anything. I'm more concerned about you. What the fuck's going? Like, how hurt are you?
Not that bad.
Yeah, bullshit, Loska.
I can hide, won't I?
You're acting
Veloska, like deep inhale when you call him, and then he slowly turns and then like reaches up, takes off his small glasses and wipes his nose a little bit, and just goes,
Yeah, how fucked up is she? Because she's saying she's fine. I don't think that's true. I just got like a feeling about it.
He tilts his head back and forth and just goes, "She's not shot. That saves her a lot of pain. Head wound was bad. Concussion, or partially concussed. Sprained or fractured ribs. Couple of bad bruises. Not the worst I've ever seen her in. He was much worse." Points to JJ.
No,
He is going to. He will also live. That will be a shitty recovery, but he'll get over it.
What happened to him? Like, wound-wise.
He leans back a little bit and like stretches so that you can see part of his. You can better see his torso and stomach. And he gestures right above the liver area and draws a line at probably like a 4-inch long line across part of his liver. He just goes, "There was a deep set puncture wound about this wide, like a giant screwdriver had been driven into his stomach area, into the abdomen. Penetrated pretty deep. Did not quite rupture an organ, but definitely damaged a lot of stuff in there. I was able to deal with the most of that over the course of a few hours while she slept." Gesturing to Lockhart.
I'm assuming.
He will be.
Go ahead.
You're assuming.
I was about to say, I'm assuming Legacy has found pictures of these drones at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, there's pictures, and you can see like, with a little bit of extra research, you could probably find, like an advert on Tetsuo's website that shows those drones. They are at this point kind of old. They're not super out of date, but they are budget brand.
Mm-hmm. Legacy just probably is like listening to Lockhart, and she just pulls up a picture and like holds it up. Found the culprits.
Yeah. Oh, does Kai recognize those drones?
Yeah, you've seen those. Those are so in some of the projects that you've worked on, Kaya, across the station, those are pretty standard security drones for any company that can afford them. So it's worth noting that like when I say budget friendly, like budget robot version or budget versions, those are still like almost the gold standard. They are super resilient and they are technically non-lethal. They can be retrofitted to carry weapons and use firearms. They can be programmed to restrain or to expel people. They have facial recognition. They have like a lot of resilient armor. There's a lot of problems with them, but for the most part, they are like great robots in terms of the efficiency between money and what you get.
Okay.
You've not seen them like at a construction site working, but at places you have worked during construction, they have been there to oversee if, for example, if you were like building a bank vault or something, or working near some secure information, and it's like we want to reinforce this building or add more security to it, in terms of it, like adding a structure around it, those robots would be there to protect and keep some of the construction workers and other people out of an area. And these robots they're mean motherfuckers. They're really, really heavy. Most of their armor is bulletproof. And like they are touted as being like kind of always there. Like they're power efficient to the extent that they can be left on for weeks to months at a time, and they will continue to routinely cycle through their job.
From the image that, like, I assume Legacy showed, like, the ad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were there any differences from the ad to what Lockhart remembers?
So, from what you remember, the advert does not place a great amount of information or the advert doesn't place a lot of focus on what you experienced, Lockhart, which is if they were punching you or attacking you, they can draw their fingers into that jackhammer-like point and turn a punch into a very, very visceral stab. There's no real implication that that is a thing they can do. Logically, it makes sense. You can see, like, oh, okay, if they do that, then yes, they can absolutely stab me in the stomach. But there isn't really, like, any sort of there isn't really any sort of implication that that is the case.
There's no, like, I say cosmetic in a sense of, like, something you can just straight up see comparative wise.
Oh, the only real difference is that the ones that you saw were blank. The ones that you see in the advert, they have Tetsuo markings on them, and like they are kind of like the difference between a clone trooper who does not have markings and a clone trooper who does.
Okay.
Really, Star Wars is the perfect analogy for everything in this game. But yeah, there's nothing that is directly obvious, like, oh, they have this and not that.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Lockhart will confirm when Legacy shows him, and so nods like, yeah, that was it. We fought 4 of them, and then had to outrun a few dozen.
Kaya, from just your personal experience and a logistics standpoint, you don't understand how you would fight those. You can't hit it with something. You can't shoot it. How the fuck do you fight that? That is like fighting that is like saying, yeah, we had to fight a few
Tanks.
backhoes. Like, what do you fucking do to fight one of those?
You know what? We had to fight where the guy just like looks at Lockhart. It's like, what? Wait, you fought them? How the fuck do you fucking fight that shit?
Well, some of the drawbacks were somewhat obvious.
But it's practically what? Practically a walk-in fucking crane machine. How the fuck do you fight that shit?
Hey, congratulations, you broke Kaya.
Like,
what? She's kind of. She gives a small smile and she says, "Remember this. They're still powered by something, aren't they?
Yeah. And they can conserve power for fucking months if you let them.
Just gotta knock that out. Disable them.
It's gotta be what?
Disable them.
Stay with them. It's not like they got a fucking off switch on them. Well, there's no an accessible one. Did you, like, find that? How the... Like, you didn't, like, hack them, did you? Like,
Legacy just snorts that idea.
The other one may have a better explanation on that.
Kick. Lightly kick Vengeti's leg.
Ah.
Wakey wakey.
Oh. What do you want?
Is he not paying attention?
He's halfway paying attention, halfway, like, taking deep breaths in the pillow.
Earth to Getty? You there?
I'm here, what? He rolls over, so that he is facing up right now.
Joe, quick question. Do these security... Do they have, like, a name?
Not officially. There is a serial number that has been, like, shorthand referred to. There is a slang term for them. They are KR dash and then a number, and the number dictates the model number. So it, like, there's KR-1, KR-2, all the way up through KR-7. But
Okay.
Kaya, you would know that there are slang terms for this specific drone. They are occasionally referred to as killer drones because of the KR, even though they're not overtly killing drones.
Bullshit.
But yeah, they are sometimes called killers or killer drones.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Can I
not
probably
sure.
just...
Oh, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Kai just probably gonna like lean against the fucking like lazy boy chair, and she just fucking like points to like Vengetti and to Lockhart.
Mm.
Of like, she said you got some information on how she could fight some KR drones.
KR drones? Like the fucking big ones?
Yeah, you know.
I mean, yeah, I know, but like, he
How
puts
the
a hand
fuck-
on his head and is thinking.
How the fuck could like anyone fucking hit him?
I mean,
Let alone fight him off.
you could hit him really hard. Like,
Well,
really fucking hard.
Have you seen the specs on the shock absorption on the fucking armor? No, the fuck you can't.
I mean, you could if you had like a... Well, like a really, really big gun. He gestures with his hands to pantomime something big.
Those things could take like 500 pounds of pressure per square inch. I don't think anything short of like, I don't know. What's it called? A grenade launcher? Could do anything to him?
Hey, you could do that.
Is-
You shoot him with a grenade launcher.
Is Lockhart still wearing her glove?
Nah, she probably took it off.
Sitting on the... Is it something that would be sitting on that table?
Yeah.
Legacy's just kind of like watching over her computer. These two go back and forth. And look towards Lockhart, and look towards the glove, and then look back towards Lockhart, and lift a hand
Small
and wiggle
nod.
her fingers,
Small nod.
and then facepalm.
I'm not sure what changes you made to the glove, but it's more consistent now.
The slap zapper?
The disruptor.
He just, like, scrunches his face as if he doesn't recognize the name. We'll talk about your glove thing that I made that's, like, zappy.
Slow nod.
He blinks. Well, I made it a little bit more... So, I did something that I thought would work. I didn't want to tell you if it would work or wouldn't work, because I figured you'd be upset. But I put in some, like, very, very small micro actuators so it can absorb some of the kinetic energy from when you're doing your whole pantomimes punching thing. And then when it absorbs the energy, that charges the glove. So it becomes a lot easier to use, especially if you're just kind of pantomimes punching again. A lot.
Well, it did work. Very
Finger guns. Ben Getty, when you say, well, it did work, he snaps his fingers and does finger guns at you. You're welcome.
Let me roll something real quick.
Oh my gosh, you got a finger gun back?
No.
Okay.
I think that would
That's really
break
helped.
Lockhart.
It would be a cold day in hell if Lockhart finger guns
Yeah,
back.
I'd be like, Alaska, she's dying!
She just nods and thanks. But yeah, if it went for that, the fight, the escape may have been a bit more rough.
Wait, Ben Getty, like, sits up a little bit. Are you telling me that it worked? Aren't those things, like, ECM shielded? Partially?
True, but if you know how to get under that, it doesn't
Just
really
fucking
matter.
just got under the shielding, huh? Just reached right in.
Pretty sure that's probably how she got the concussion.
There's also, it's not something that you would really notice much, Lockhart, because there's a lot of pain all over your body, but there are little cuts and scrapes along your arm, and, like, you had, in the process of reaching underneath the neck area and into, like, the groin of around these robots, that's where their joints are. There's a lot of movement.
Hmm.
Your fingers and hands and arms would have been pinched and poked and prodded quite a bit, but in the heat of the moment, it's not going to do any very intense damage, but, like, were you to reach under there and the robot were to suddenly move, you could crush a finger pretty badly.
Hmm.
So, it's sort of like reaching your hand into the moving gears of another thing, and
Yeah.
it does work.
But Lockhart knows what she's doing.
Yeah,
She's confident.
and fast.
Exactly.
It's a matter of, okay, what happens first? Disable the robot or crush her fingers? How
Mhm.
fast can she hit it?
How fast can you go? So, Ben Getty, like, scratches his head, and then rolls onto his side, grabs the pillow, and holds it. So, he's like, he'll roll so that he's on his stomach, and then has the pillow underneath his chin, and he just goes, so the glove works on him, but I wouldn't just shut them off, right? Because, like, if I remember correctly, there's something about the design or some shit that's, like, each localized point of the robot is meant to be essentially, like, he does air quotes, eternally functioning until destruction. So, like, the actual drone itself, if part of it is disabled, should still work around that part. So, like, what does the glove do? Just, like, make them fucking...
It short circuits the part that I aimed for.
He nods for a
I
second and then starts to nod a little bit faster.
Something come to mind?
No, I'm just thinking about it, and that makes sense. Yeah, that's pretty smart. But you'd have to, like, shove your hand underneath the shielding for that shit. Unless you were, like, raping the shielding off. Which I don't think you can do. Can you do that?
Depends on, what you got.
He looks at Lockhart and then looks at Lockhart's arms. Can you, like, physically, and he pantomimes pulling with his hands?
Didn't she pop one of its heads off or some shit like that?
With a little bit of leverage, yes, I think you...
I know she made a bigger dent so she could get in there, at the very least.
I think... Yeah, Lockhart, I don't think you ripped one of the heads off, but you did... I do remember you getting underneath part of the armor on the front side, I think? I can't quite remember. But you have enough sheer strength that you are aware of that you could bend part of the armor if you had a good chunk of time, like if you had a few seconds
moving.
and if it wasn't moving around and resisting you. Yeah.
Well, if it was staying still, I don't think it'd be too big a problem.
Shit. Well, that's how you fight him. Turns to Kaya.
The teapot is staying still.
Legacy just kind of tilts her head as she's listening to this. And look towards Marcus. They got these things at the headquarters.
I think I've seen them there once or twice, but not in, like, the upper office areas. In the upper office areas, they have security guards who, I mean, they're just your standard security guard kind of guy. But I think I've seen them before. Only when someone important is in the building or something like that, but I don't... Unless they're in a specific part, I don't think they're really there.
I think she's gonna go start fucking around, because you said there were maintenance logs on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna start fucking around with the maintenance logs on these things.
Mm-hmm. So you would know, after digging through documentation at this point, Legacy, the droid, or the turrets and the drones that are there are pretty standard fare for what is bought from Tetsuo. Those are like a high export item. At least those are in the past few years. It's kind of like your MacBook Pro style item. And later models have been updated and are subsequently, like, again, their most popular thing. There are more advanced versions, and there are bigger and badder units that start to look more and more just military, as opposed to kind of defense drone-y, or security drone. But looking through it, you would know that these drones, the big appeal, aside from the fact that they are, like, general purpose while still being incredibly resilient and extremely power efficient and price efficient, they are easy to control en masse. So typically, a security system with these drones has a security hub. And the hub is where you, like, dictate everything. It is like the brain of all of these machines. They all operate from a single point. And that point is where they would end up recharging the robots or like doing maintenance on them. It is where you would put information like facial recognition. It's where you dictate procedures for different scenarios. It is where you do all of the cooking before you present the robot to the environment where it's supposed to operate.
Okay. Lacey's got thoughts. She's doing digging.
Cosmic like scratches his chin and then is scratching his chin with one hand and then is holding another like fistful of popcorn in the other hand and is like, so guns don't really work on them? I don't think they would. They're armored all over, right?
At least all the places someone would shoot at.
Ben Getty
Taser
just
shot
waves a
might.
hand dismissively. What did you say, Legacy?
Taser shot might.
Ben Getty waves a hand and just goes, small arms fire won't do shit against them. At least, not unless you're shooting underneath all the plating, which is kind of all over. You'd need like a real gun to do some damage. So, he just looks at Cosmic and shrugs.
AJ brought a shotgun with I don't remember what the ammo was, if it was called.
It was a solid, like,
A
armor
slug.
shredding slug. Yeah.
JJ brought a shotgun and some slugs with him. And, well, they made a dent, but that's about it.
Even a taser short or some shit. It's got ECM hardening shield and it's not
But-
gonna do much.
But Lacey holds up a hand with a finger. Gestures towards Lockhart. Gestures towards Marcus.
Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting?
Sir, the third day I knew you, I watched you tear apart a fire ant's armor with your bare hands.
Like scratches the back of his head and just in this sort of bashful gesture. Ben Getty, chin shoved into the pillow. You can see his eyes poking up, kind of like an alligator from the water level. And he sits up and just goes, so you're suggesting we get Lockhart and Boy Toy to rip armor off of them and then make them basically naked, and then we just electrocute them a bunch?
Not saying that's something we need to do, but if the situation presents itself, I'm sure you're smart enough to come up with some sort of electric shot.
He sinks back down into the pillow, and you can see him start to go into his thinking mode.
Trying to hold one of those things down is a Herculean task in of itself.
I think between just you and me, we could get one. Probably, right?
And JJ and I were swarmed by them. I don't think it is the most efficient way to
Yeah.
do so.
Nobody's talking about efficiency here. You're talking about survival against these things.
Okay, well, we don't survive if we're trying to hold one down while the other 20 are freaking attacking us.
Fine, we just won't
Marcus
do anything
looks-
against them if we ever come across them again.
Marcus looks to Kaya and then kind of shrugs. Do you know of any structural weakness besides the joints and getting underneath the armor?
There's a hacking weakness, but I'd have to get into a place where I could actually get to their main.
Joe would kind of know.
You can look at the schematics that Legacy has pulled up,
Yeah.
and then roll me drone use.
Drone use. +3. Would nerd activate here?
I
+1 on
think
all those
so?
relating to Android, cybernetics, drone.
Yeah.
Cool.
You would absolutely get nerd and drone use for a clever check.
Cool. So that's rolling clever +4 then.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I really want this to work, so I'm gonna boost it.
Hey, go for it. Holy shit,
Damn.
Amoli. Okay,
It kind of
so
just like pulls up the fucking schematics and just like takes a look over at it.
yeah, so like you look at it and the schematics like kind of hovering over Legacy's shoulder. There's a handful of things you notice. A lot of the weight of the robot is concentrated on the legs to make them incredibly stable and hard to like push, lift, knock over in any way. The weight on the torso is heavy and they can be pushed and knocked that way, but they're tall, and the goal is to make them taller than they are like top heavy, so that the average height person can't just shove them. Like Lockhart from head level, if she were to just push straight, would not have the leverage to get on them. When she was pushing them over in the actual like encounter she had with them, there was a lot of jumping to get into a better position to actually push. But the main thing is like it's less about getting leverage on them and trying to knock them over. There are weaknesses that you see with like they're not super fast, so you could outrun them if you are fast enough. They are meant to be like deterrents, not offensive. So they're not going to be good enough at chasing someone down. They are going to be good enough at locking a place down and keeping it defended. That is one thing. Their speed. The other thing is their actual like running speed, mind you. The other thing that you notice is their arms are longer, and there is a slight decline in the shielding around the joints of their elbows. That area is vulnerable, more vulnerable than any other immediately available area. And in the same way that you could break someone else's normal arm, you can target their elbows and disable their arms. It would take a lot of force still, but definitely a lot less force than would be required to punch through the front of their chassis, like the front door, right? Another thing is their head. That is where all the sensory information is, and that is where they're able to coordinate and figure out where they are in space. Disabling or dealing with the head is not going to turn them off, but it will make them way less effectual because they won't be able to figure out where they are. It might be difficult to damage the head, but you can definitely disrupt the head. In the same way that bending an antenna really fucks up an antenna, denting the head would really fuck up their ability to understand where they are. You could glean more if you had if you had time to sit down and just like brainstorm ideas. There is more that you could find, but those are your immediate thoughts just looking at them.
Okay. I can... Imagine, like, what Legacy had it on, like, her laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kai probably just, like, stood up for a second and, like, leaned over to, like, look over at Legacy's shoulder at it. And then she'd, like, grabby hands. Would Legacy hand it over?
Grumpy cat noises, but yes.
Okay. You know, she'd take it, she'd stand back up, and, like, kind of pace with it a little bit as she, like, looks at it before she, like, settles it down and hands it back over to Legacy, and then, like, goes back to leaning against the, chair. Couple of things, you know, they're not slow, but, like, if you're fast enough, you can outrun them. They're not built for speed. They're kind of built to not be pushed over, considering how the weight's distributed more on the legs. But it's possible. The elbows is a big thing, though. And shielding kind of gets thinner around the elbow, so with enough force, you can break them. Probably easier to break those than breaking the other more shielded parts of it. All the sensory information is in the head, so I mean, if you can fuck with the head a bit, it'll fuck up with the senses, probably make them a bit disoriented, and I'll probably give you another edge on them. I mean, I can try to study them some more, but that's just, you know, first glance at them.
When they lose there's the sense of sight. They seem to just flail about wildly. You can't really move around, but they will still try to attack what's around them. Again, by flailing.
So you're telling me I can just get a thing of fucking spray foam, stick it in their eye, and then it'll work?
Kai just cringes a little bit. It's like, that's a fucking horrifying thought, actually.
But it's effective.
Yeah. I don't want to think about having to scrape that shit out of a drone.
Above table. This is why you don't go to super technical around somebody who has just a little bit of redneck.
No.
The thing that, like, with spray foam, getting it around their eyes is like, their eyes don't actually see in the same way that like a typical camera sees. That is only one of their sensory inputs, so they could still feasibly move around and be still effective. They would be a lot less effective, but blinding them would make them like slightly shittier, but they would still be able to move around. They wouldn't start flailing nearly as bad.
But if you stick it with like the fucking tube and get it in there, that's gonna fuck with all of its components.
Yeah, she's talking about expanding spray foam inside his little neck and just shooting it up with that.
Gotcha.
That foam is going to expand and then harden.
That would definitely fuck up some stuff.
Yeah,
sure.
Like, I knew exactly what Z was talking about. That's why Kaya fucking cringed visibly. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, you're just gonna fuck all the hardware up, huh?
That's another thing that you would realize, Kaya, is like, from the schematics, there's obviously like armor and shielding and some sort of heat and cold resistance. There is an upper threshold to how much heat they can withstand before the internal components start taking damage. So fire or making them extremely hot could feasibly do a lot of damage, not as quickly. That would be the equivalent of like,
We can cook them.
yeah, basically. If you had a way to like, if you wanted to do the most redneck flamethrower ever of the fucking lighter and spray deodorant and just spray their face under a couple like concentrated blows of very, very hot temperatures, the cables and wiring would start to degrade very quickly.
Not to mention, even just a scissor was able to kind of fuck with it, you know? So.
Mm-hmm. They are armored to protect mostly against projectiles, and there obviously are deterrents to getting close to them.
Mhm.
But the major deterrent to getting close to them is the fact that they are going to manhandle you. So they're not like knife resistant once you get underneath the layer of like
The internals
protective...
are fuckable.
Yeah, you can fuck up the internals a lot,
Yeah.
a lot once you get there. But the fear is that you have to be in arm's reach of them.
They're like the fucking. I'm just imagining the fucking security droids from Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which is just very, very unsettling.
Basically, like most technology nowadays, the internals are what you want to go for.
Kaya is going to just snort. And she kind of just like looks down over to Lockhart. Just, you think Magnus will work on him?
In what way?
What we do with Red?
They are magnetic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think these things. I near certainly see them near as strong as Red.
Cool. So next time we face him, I'm gonna pack the fucking magnet shit.
What? Just carry a bag of magnets around or something?
Why not?
She looks a little like that's weird, but she doesn't comment on it.
You don't want to. You know, I've already got like enough shit on me. I might as well just carry a couple extra shit so I can make more of the magnet stuff.
Well, that's not too bad.
The unfortunate side of things on our end of everything, you can just go and punch things and not need anything else. We need things. She like gestures towards Kaya and herself.
Nod.
But aside from turrets and killer robots, anything else you find?
Besides the containment room that seemed to have been broken out of.
Containment room.
From the couch, you hear a stirring, and JJ rolls over. The snoring had stopped, but in the conversation, it wasn't clear when. And JJ chimes in with like, "This looked like a fucking movie scene, and it was really weird."
Morning, Sleeping Beauty.
Ow. Shut up. Broken glass everywhere. It looked like something was kept inside of a big tube. An observation room or something. I don't know what was in there.
Broken glass like people were shooting at what was inside, or broken glass like whatever was inside was coming out?
The latter.
Oh boy.
And it wasn't just any type of glass either. Multiple layers reinforced.
Any clues on, what the fuck was in there? Or just, guesses?
Whatever it was, it used a camera as a punching glove to, I assume, get out.
What I'm guessing is whatever was in there was partially human. Or at least started as mostly human.
Any reason why you say, partially and not, just straight up?
Well,
beyond the fact that it broke through reinforced glass.
Well, like you used
that.
the...
Strong enough to punch through solid glass like that, and being able to rip a security camera off the wall and turn it into an impromptu boxing glove.
I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure she can do all of that, if on a bad day.
Veluska chimes in from the side of the room. Not anymore. At least not for a few days or weeks.
Yeah, fucking weeks.
Uh-oh, you got both doctors angry.
Lockhart has a look of she just purses her lips a bit.
Yeah. Pout all you fucking want. You're not doing shit.
There is a very clear snort and try to not laugh at the idea of Lockhart pouting.
I'll be fine in a couple of days. I just need some rest. But that's besides the point. We're talking about this lab.
Right. Do mean weeks, though. But yeah. Go on about what was in the lab.
So if this thing was breaking out, Lacey'll start digging through the database again. Got any estimates on how long that place had been empty?
A few weeks, maybe. Hard to say. Definitely got out well before we got there.
And it didn't trigger the security because the power had been off.
Legacy is going
This is
to
what I assume.
narrow her poking around to the last 3 days that are on this hard drive worth of information.
The most recent 3 days that you can find on that, the power would have been, assuming that the power went off within that amount of time, or around those days, you can find that it would be a few days before the events of Hotel Hell.
Oh, so pretty recent.
Couple months at this point.
It's still pretty recent, though, all considering.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything particularly interesting that happens in the last few days of information on this hard drive?
In the last few days, you can see that security brought in, or not security, sorry, security scans and other things people have brought in there's not, I don't know what to call it. It's not a big shipment. there's a large influx of people, a few different packages and things coming in. You can see that there are a mix of cybernetics and implants, as well as some technology. You can see that there are other pieces like chemicals for chemicals that look staggeringly similar to some of the things you saw from other records in the house, as well as a litany of people coming through the security gate who look to be not scientists, but these would be like presumably investors. There's a couple of representatives from other corporations, namely Ogremok, Omnidyne, for two that you can see. At this point in the ownership, the person who owns the building would be the Orbital Freedom Institute.
Thank you for answering the question before I asked it.
You're welcome. Yes, but the Orbital Freedom Institute would own the building, and they are showing something off, presumably, to those companies.
Lacey would essentially regurgitate all of that as she's coming across it, like, you know, one thing, a few minutes, another thing, a few minutes. And she's kind of like frowns and kind of taps her computer with a finger for a moment. So, gonna just assume here, just play a nice little guessing game. Now, whatever is down there, whether it be what was actually in that containment room or the levels immediately above, is not something that we probably would like very much, considering the type of people that seem to be coming to look at it. Definitely not with the shit that's coming through the door for whatever's going on.
The cybernetics you can see on the list of like shipping things that you can find, there are a lot of different cybernetics things. Like the most common are full limb replacements, arms, legs. There are a few spinal column cybernetics that come in. There are other things of that nature. Yeah. There's no organs of any kind except for things related to like the lung and heart.
Could you swap the map to the wings for me?
To the what?
To where it shows like the map of the station.
The words.
Oh, yeah.
And the wings aren't connected, right? Except at like the base.
Yeah, they're only connected over by the black boxes.
Yeah, like correct. They're connected here, but not like here.
Correct. Okay. The only way that you can go, for example, from here to here, or here to here, would be by an airborne trolley, a space ferry, basically, which do exist.
Probably would be a useful thing to do at some point later, not necessarily right now, is just simply for the visual of it in like one of these black spaces. Just take in like the actual art from the book of the station so that we can see the kind of like the outside view of it.
Fair. I have done some heavy editing on it, but I will put that on my to-do list.
But these are connected down here, right?
Yes.
The black bits.
Yes, there is
So
a way that you can physically walk from here across basically what is a space bridge to here or here.
It's a big circle
Okay.
right there.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. That's fascinating.
It would take a while if you were to walk like from here to here to here to here, but you could do it.
If you choose to, you can.
Hmm.
And you said it's a bridge essentially
Bridge.
that connects the Harbo, Vern, and
A
Tezuka.
bridge and a highway.
Yeah.
And a train.
Yeah.
There's a
There's
big
there's
transport tube.
Exactly. There's always multiple forms of connections. The biggest, like the most you would find, would be something that is like going to ship a lot of goods. There is a hyperlane that connects all of these together, but that is not traversable. And then there is a walkable space and a drivable highway that would allow someone to physically drive their car from one part of the ward to another.
Okay.
I just to picture like most of like the big sections between the words and between the wings to just be like 3 tiers of like a train on the bottom, cars on top, and then a walkway on the very top.
Mm-hmm.
Pick your speed.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, the other fastest way to travel would be, just hyperlanes outside the station, maybe.
Sure,
It's really
Kaya.
casual.
Your PTSD ass from doing that.
That's an Amy joke.
I assume there are tunnels, maintenance tunnels between the wings, correct?
Joe.
Before I answer, Joe, I assume so?
Maintenance tunnels from connecting where to where?
Connecting the wings.
As in, like, are there maintenance tunnels that go from here to here to here and
Yeah.
etc.? Yeah,
Yeah.
there are.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to double check before I just because I was going to say, yeah, that makes sense. I was going to have her say yes, and I thought, wait, let me just double check.
Yeah, so
Okay.
there, for example, there aren't maintenance tunnels that go across here,
Yeah.
but there are maintenance tunnels all throughout the wings, and
They're
there are
connected.
maintenance tunnels that connect these areas as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
And that kind of just like not. Oh, sorry, good.
just like my head, I picture the main circle that is the innermost ring where Vern, Tezuka, and Harbo are. That is essentially the station. Like that is everything. That's where you land. That's where you take off for like the spaceport. That's driving. That's shipping. That's like the internal guts almost. So I imagine that being like huge in and of itself.
Yes,
So, like,
that
the little-
Vern, Tezuka, and Harbo. That is like one gigantic airport / seaport.
To almost be like the little tiny black boxes almost give like in my mind a wrong impression of them. I imagine like it's like each one of those is like a ward and a half, 2 wards themselves, and then they're smashed together in all 3 of them almost. So like all that shit's there.
Yes. Yeah, they are not like built with infrastructure to support anything but travel, but they are big areas and they are very, very bustling 100% of the day. Like constantly, there are either people working, traveling, or working and traveling. And they are like, if you have ever seen other science fiction media, specifically, what comes to mind is something from like 40K. There are hive cities, and these hive cities are layers and layers and layers of buildings on top of other buildings. A lot of that happens here in the wards. So all of the area that you can walk is about half of the area that you can actually go to. And if you are really, really, well, I don't really know the word for this, risk-taking-ish, or if you are part of the station crew, you can go to even more places. There are places that are like maintenance areas where workers are meant to be to repair or maintain the station. And there are those throughout all of the places that you can walk physically. Everywhere that somebody can be, there has to be an area that somebody can go to fix it and maintain it.
Okay.
And very few areas have only one of those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just asking Joe, because Kaya worked on like the solar panels and shit, could she have used those specific maintenance things that Lockhart's talking about?
Yeah.
Has she been there before? Okay.
Yeah. Imagine it like for the solar panels in specific, there is a lattice structure that exists behind the solar panels where you are able to walk without being on them. And then
Okay.
you can go down to operate on the back or replace them if they are damaged, etc., etc. So there is an entire like almost like hanging structure that exists underneath, quote unquote, wherever the solar panels are positioned.
Hmm. Okay. So thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm.
But Kaya is just gonna just like nod and be like, yeah. Why?
And out of character again, Legacy shared the chemicals and stuff that were on that she found in the hard drive, correct?
In the what?
The shipments. The chemicals that were in the shipments and whatnot. Did she share that information?
I don't know that she necessarily would have shared, but she probably was like just like listing off things on the shipment and then saw that shit and got kind of quiet and very mad. And it would not take much of a stretch of imagination after seeing her in the house to figure out what she got pissed off about.
Hmm. Okay. Sorry, wheels are turning.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
So above table here. I'm gonna say it above table because I don't know if Lockhart would has all of the keys here, but like the cyber psycho, I'm assuming is what got out.
Could be, or something related to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Because it was partially human.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming it was chemmed up to all hell
Mm-hmm.
and super fucking strong. And if it, since the building is underground, I'm assuming that's how it would have gotten over to Sishin. That's
Possibly, yes.
That's my train of thought, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Like it found its way through the tunnels, kind of. But yeah, I don't know.
I can tell you very certainly that all of the augments, all of the augments that were featured on that Cyber Psycho, those are all similar types of augments, if not, I can't say that they are the same, but those types of augments, the arms and legs and hydraulics and things like that, are on the shipping manifest for what was transported to this place.
And if Legacy hacked the thing, then she would have a vague idea of what it... kind of the connectors, so if you're chill with it, and you want that to be entered into the in-character discussion, we can have Legacy parrot that, Iris.
Yeah, that's fine.
Legacy just like looking at it, like tilting her head one way and then tilting her head the other way. Do you remember that thing in like the sewers? Well, not the sewers, the maintenance tunnels in Seishan.
Unfortunately.
If this isn't it, it's his brother, I think.
Cool. Right.
Marcus holds up his hand. What are you talking about?
Is cyber psycho a term that gets used in this?
Yeah, for the sake of simplicity, yes. It's thought to be a rumor in the same way that dreamers are thought to be not real.
Yeah, well, I can't say with 100% certainty, but from the little bits of tech that I managed to get in and scramble and seeing how fast it moved and how hard it hit, closest adjacent thing I could call it is cyber psycho.
We encountered a bit before we rescued you from the PMCs.
Also, if you want to see that.
Hey. Because down here is where the Vern and all that type of stuff is, right?
Yeah, where it's all painting.
It's actually here. It's a little counterintuitive. This is where the docking station is.
Oh, okay.
So this entire semicircle, that is Vern, Tezuka, etc., etc., etc.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you can see like the back of the station is here, but you can start to kind of imagine, like, if this is where altitude control is and everything that keeps it afloat, the entire station is just and like a litany of maintenance corridors and hatches and access tunnels, etc., and etc. It's like it is a thick and large piece of technology.
Okay. So this is where flight and atmosphere and all of that type of stuff is then.
Correct.
And this is where transportation and wing shit and that type of stuff is.
Correct.
Okay.
And then on the inside, like inside this tube, the panels that you see here, like that right there, that is one of the wings of the wards. And there are ships that fly inter-wing, so they're technically contained within the station.
So Grand Cross Station, from this, has hit a point where it's not going to lengthen anymore.
Correct. Unless they wanted to ground it. It is the way that they have built the station. The only way for them to expand in terms of real estate is to build up, like inwards or outwards from those wards. But even then, they'd be more hard pressed to build pointing in, which is why you end up getting like buildings on top of buildings on top of buildings, and that's why you have so many sublevels. Because after a certain point, they're like, well, we need more room. Okay, build on top of that entire city block, and that will become the new ground level. There's your room.
Okay.
There is a hard limit to how far they can go, because at a certain point, the sky, quote unquote, is a different part of a different city. But the buildings aren't that tall yet.
That's another good couple decades off.
Correct. You guys are... That is a future problem that is not on the horizon or even close to it. But the current modus operandi of the city is build up, and everything that is too low, or if we need more stability, just make a new floor.
Okay.
But yes, there are feasible ways for something to be inside of maintenance pathways from one ward down to the docking station area, through maintenance tunnels in that area, and then up through more maintenance pathways to a different wing.
Everything is connected in some way, essentially.
Correct.
If it was
Out
built,
of
it had to be
necessity.
built by someone. Therefore, they need maintenance access.
Correct.
Like I say, I'll just kind of look between JJ and Lockhart. Don't suppose either of you just saw like a hole punched in a wall or something?
JJ shakes his head. We got out of there pretty quick after it started, well, after I tripped the alarm. I doubt the cops would have shown up, but that's not what was worrying me. I was worried about the security that heard the alarm.
Things that stabbed you.
Them.
Yeah, how are you holding up, by the way?
He looks down at his chest and, like, towards his abdomen. You can see a big bundle of just gauze and wound covering. And he just shrugs. Feel like a stuffed teddy bear that lost some stuff. But I'm doing okay. Considering.
Okay. Well, like, do either of you need anything?
Sure, if they say pretty,
Indeed.
pretty please, Veloska will give them the good drugs.
Veloska, like, slightly turns to look at Legacy again, and then goes back to his typing. Every time you mention him, he usually keys in for half a second. JJ just, like, throws his hands up and he just goes, I'm not gonna ask.
That's because you got the good drugs at home.
Tilts his head back and forth. True.
Alright, well... Poke. Lockhart. But, what about you? Do you need anything?
No, I'm fine. Just some rest.
I think you have to force feed her the good drugs.
Well, I was talking more like, I don't know, water, a snack or something.
Cosmic slides the big popcorn over.
I guess you brought me this. I'm content with this. She holds up the drink, takes a small sip.
Shit. Fuck. Probably should have brought some.
I could go out and get something.
Well, like, I meant more like, you know, I probably should have, like, made something, but I kind of didn't have the time.
You're too busy traumatizing Ben Getty.
I wasn't traumatizing him.
Look
Yes,
I
at
you
was
him,
were.
he's
just driving.
traumatized.
What? No, I was just driving over because I want to get here, as soon as possible.
Flying over at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
A million miles an hour? What the fuck? No, I wasn't going a million miles a fucking hour. I was just, driving. Maybe
Driving
a
for
little faster than
you,
normal.
driving for you is a fucking, like, life flashing before your eyes near death experience for most other people, Kaya.
Not really, not unless I'm in, like, a big rush.
You were in such a rush.
Well, yeah, obviously, she, like, gestures to Lockhart right next to her.
Thus,
Obviously,
this poor
kinda
man
need to
has been
get here.
traumatized.
Yes, I'm traumatized. For once, I agree with you.
Look, get it. You're fine. All in one piece. The only thing that got hurt with my eardrums, because all I could hear was you yelling the whole fucking time.
I ran out of breath. After a while.
Eventually. But, I mean, probably, next time I come back over here, bring something. I don't know. JJ Locke, you in the mood for anything in particular?
Peace and quiet would be nice.
Good luck.
Well, yeah, that'll come later. But,
I
like,
want a steak. He lays back down.
cool. Any, like, more detail on that, or?
Yeah. Juicy, big, expensive. He lists off each detail with a finger.
I don't know if I can swing expensive, but I can hit the others.
Whatever you got's fine, I'm sure. I'm
Okay.
honestly not picky.
Turns to Lockhart.
Hand wave. I don't really need anything.
Well, yeah, but, like, do you
I'll
want
take her steak.
anything? What? No, you're getting one.
Throws his hands up like, alright.
Like, you even don't need anything if you want anything.
Just make whatever you're making for JJ. It's fine.
Okay.
So, old Tetsuo Place, now owned by one of the extremist groups on the station, has an army of killer bots. Has a escaped, assumedly experiment, which may or may not be a cyber psycho, or multiple cyber psychos, and was being, at the very least, shown off to bigwigs and execs from 4 or 5 other major companies.
My question would be, why? Why would they show off a cyber psycho? What were they hoping to get? And also, if they do have an army of killer robots and whatever, they kind of left them there. The place hasn't been seen in weeks.
Well, if it lines up at all with when the last information on this hard drive was, it was just before the hotel incident. Which could mean that they just got distracted, maybe?
Well, right before the hotel incident was the race.
Exactly. Who needs a cyber psycho and killer robots when you have a fucking dreamer?
Well, shit.
Well, it could have been part of how it escaped. I'm not sure how that would line up, though.
Go on.
Huh?
That would line up the what?
I'm not sure how that would line up, though. Considering, different wards.
Well, we've got the tunnels.
Still curious as to why these other investors were showing up, though. JJ's right with that.
Well, he slips, throws his hands behind his head, and then you see him kind of wince in pain and puts his hands back down a little bit. Well, if you're really curious, you could go back there. Not with me, though. I'm done with that sort of exploration for a while. I lost a fucking expensive gun.
Well, if we go back and find it, we'll just bring it back to you.
Well, if you find both pieces of it.
Both pieces as in you just have a sawed-off shotgun instead?
If it still works. But I'm not gonna hold my breath on it. There's probably some kind of juicy info way down there, if you wanted to go look.
That was what we were trying to get to. With the alarms and the drones activated, I probably made a huge ruckus. The Freedom Corporation might have already tried to clean a little bit up. Or whoever that allied with.
I think that's... Well, not saying we couldn't. If we want to go digging here, I don't know necessarily that it's worth it. But even if they try to clean shit up, if either I go in or you find some more things to bring me, I might have a shot of finding some things. Most people that go in and clean up just think, oh, just delete the file. That's going to make it magically disappear. And they don't realize that it's got backups.
You said those things have facial recognition, correct?
Yep.
Give me a couple days to heal up, and I can go back there with you. But I don't know if it would be the best option.
But no, you're bracing for at least 2 weeks.
Poloska slides over in his chair, and he will reach into his pocket and pull out a little pouch. It looks like a little pouch of what typically holds, what are they called? Like little disinfectant wipes, but this has a gel in it, so you could tear off of the corner and then spread a gel over your finger and apply it. He has 3 or 4 of those in one hand, and then a bottle of pills in another. And he holds the pills out and just goes, for the pain, and he holds the little pouches out. For the infection risk. If you're going to go out and do some stupid shit, don't tear your stitches and use these. I'm not gonna stop you. I can't stop you. But I don't want to do all of my work over again.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll take that into consideration. She'll take the meds and the infection stuff.
Okay.
Seems like I got the okay from the doctor.
He just
That
told
doesn't
you.
count as an okay. That is me mitigating the damage. Because I can't fucking stop you.
You're telling me, big man, like you can't pick her up?
Pick her up, yes, but I can't monitor her every hour of the day. I'm not her fucking father.
Don't worry, I got that handled.
He just waves a hand, just like, good luck.
Yeah. You are
Right.
resting for at least 2 weeks, Locke. If you want to go back there, we can, but after 2 weeks.
What makes you think you can stop me?
If I
Because I
can,
want to.
if I can throw in some logic here. It's like holds up a finger at Kaya. Not saying that Lockhart needs to immediately go out and dive into danger, but if we're talking about any of this being remotely useful to some upcoming events, 2 weeks might be a little too long.
2 weeks. Her shoulder's in a sling. She's got stitches that need healing. She's got a concussion she's got to fucking recover from.
I can go with you. Marcus holds up his hand. And me. Cosmic holds up his hand.
Yeah, we're gonna go with the gang this time. It'll work out great. Just a little bit of sarcasm. But she's not gonna be the only one dealing with these things, and get me to wherever the control room for this shit is, and we won't have to deal with them. Computer's a computer, even if it's got a big-ass body.
I also don't know if those things are still active, even.
If they're active. The battery can last fucking ever if they want it to.
Well, there's nothing saying we can't swing by and check it out from afar and then head back, right?
My bike is still over on turn, so if someone could go over there, just check outside.
Just to pick up a bike and just check it out from outside, see if they've started to clean up. Fine, sure, we can do that. But I don't like the idea of us facing those things without Locke at full strength.
And Lacey just shrugs, motions towards Lockhart. Again, no, I told Marcus earlier, fucking woman is part inhuman. Give her the good shit, she'll be fine. Fucking Energizer Bunny of Death.
Marcus covers his mouth. You think you can hear him snort a little bit, but you're not sure.
Raised eyebrow at Marcus.
But anyway, yeah, if you want to go investigate, we can help. We can help. It would only be fair, because you guys have been doing so much, and, I mean, we haven't really shown our stuff yet, I guess.
This isn't like a fucking talent show. The fuck?
Well, I mean, we want to help.
How many
Yeah.
subfloors were there?
30?
Looks towards Kaya. You think one of those things will survive a 30-floor crash?
Oh, I can confirm they don't handle 10-foot crashes that well.
Eh.
That's if you can knock them over.
or 10th floor, I should say. Nothing to move, but isn't that hard. At least once you mess with the joints.
Start pushing them down the fucking stairs. Just muttering under her breath, just push them down the fucking stairs. Dominoes! There we go. We're all good.
Cool. Alright. So who exactly is thinking about going?
Cosmic and Marcus both hold up their hands. Ben Getty is very quiet and still hiding in the pillow.
Yeah. Well, besides you two.
No, I'm not going.
Cool.
Just give him the controls to the mini Larrys.
No.
He caused chaos last time.
We're not trying to cause chaos right now.
Might
Well,
be
we're working
useful to
on the
cover our
mini Larrys.
tracks. You liked driving the mini Larrys, didn't you? You were fucking singing.
He narrows his eyes at you. He doesn't say anything, but there is a look of like, quiet. I don't want to be involved, even though it was fun.
A point finger Lockhart. Like, you probably gonna be staying in the fucking car.
I'll be the one taking points.
That busted up shoulder. What if some?
Again. Hey. Shush. We have to go by to see if there's just a swarm of activity to pick up her fucking bike. So, we know that's not going to happen, or she's not going to go do anything in at least the next 48 hours. And we will revisit this conversation.
Cosmic, on his phone, says, I don't see anything in the news about a swarm of robots. So that's good.
Anything in the news about a break-in?
Starts flipping through. No. Nope. This happened in Turing Ward, right?
Correct.
He just shakes his head. Nope. I don't see anything.
But we still need to drive by to see if there's a swarm of black SUVs with fucking fire ants or whatever else pouring out of it into the building.
Yeah.
You likely want to keep it under wraps. With how many changes of hands that building each have, that's suspicious in of itself.
Mm.
And the place is currently owned by the Orbital Liberation, whatever?
The Orbital Freedom Institute. They were, at one point, affiliated with... what's his name? The blonde guy who was really annoying. Output Overlord.
Is it Output Overlord?
Output Overlord?
Above table, it's Dio.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Dio's like, wait a second, that's like one of the fucking 5 monikers.
Yep. He rebranded as Dio recently or whatever, but yeah.
Oh.
It was owned by him. Or owned by people who were affiliated with him. Or is still owned by them?
So,
why does this guy keep popping up everywhere?
as far as the Orbital Freedom Institute or whatever, is that... Because I know like what they're trying to do. It's the people that are like trying to like separate the station from the Earth completely.
Correct.
Is it like a out and out kind of political party at the moment? Is it still kind of like saying like a Tea Party Republican? Is it...
It's sort of like a Tea Party Republican group. They are more of a political entity, but they are, yeah, they don't produce, or yeah, they are a political entity, kind of like a news source, in the same vein as like Breitbart News. Like they have podcasts, they have newsletters, they have meetings and meetups. They typically work very closely with other big organizations to reach out to them to host events.
So it's like a political ideology group that is more focused on the influencing.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and they have recently started to lean very, very heavily on like newer young people media, because they're like, yeah, we got to appeal to the youth. We got to have TikToks and podcasts.
Oh my god.
And it's in one sense it is very out of touch and kind of dumb. In another sense it's like, well, they are really, really rich, as they are partially funded by some of these ridiculously expensive or ridiculously high profile companies. So they can reach a lot of people. Though you do not know if they are still affiliated or associating with Dio at all. They might be, but they haven't made any statement since he returned as a part of the Tetsuo Entertainment enterprise that has started.
We may need to start doing a little bit of digging on the Institute. As much as I don't want to read that brain melt.
Okay, I think some of my coworkers, and I know how this sounds, and he looks a Lockhart with kind of like a wince. Some of my coworkers do listen to or read some of the stuff from them. So I'll ask them what they think, I guess.
I can try to dig into some of things and see who is connected to what. Somehow I doubt that they're going to be quite as hard to deal with as Tetsuo, at least on their security end.
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Me?
Yeah, I had to take my headset off. I don't know if you're speaking towards me or not.
No. Legacy was just saying that she's gonna start digging more into like the websites and like who's connected to what, following the grapevines of people to look into it a little bit more, and she's saying that she doubts that finding at least the starting information is gonna be as hard as fucking what she's been doing with Tetsuo.
So I guess maybe we spend a couple days gathering some information, and then we can head back there to see what we can find further down.
Yeah.
That is if the building isn't swamped.
If it's not swarmed by monsters or robots or something.
Yeah, which we can swing by to pick up Locke's bike.
And I'm sure we can either get a couple of friends, or I can go digging into hijacking his crew and see if they'll help with at least monitoring the street so we can keep a better eye on it over the course of a few days.
Probably.
Lockhart is kind of thinking a little bit and then looks to Marcus. If we do end up actually doing this, you and I are going to need to do a new training session before then.
He opens his mouth and nods and says, and with all due respect, if we do end up going back there, and we are able to get into the building, he looks... His eyes have been kind of darting around as he speaks, as he's come somewhere between like thinking about what he's saying and thinking about the next steps of what's going on. But he says this last bit and he looks you dead in the eye, Lockhart. He's like, I will take point on that one. Especially if, and he gestures to just the current state of your wounds. You are still in a bit of a shape. I will take point. And me. Like, it doesn't raise his hand or move anything. He just adds that he will also take point.
There's a little bit of a sour look on Legacy's face as she like looks at Marcus, and then her eyes drift towards Cosmic, and she doesn't say anything for a moment, and she kind of straightens up and looks past them at Bengetti, and you're making an electric gun.
Oh, fine, I'll make a fucking magic weapon for you all again. He rolls over.
Don't say it like that, like you don't like building shit.
I like building shit because I want to build shit. I do things not because you tell me to, but because I'm interested in them.
Fine, then you can't do it. We'll go find somebody else.
No, I'll do it. It's fine, but not because you told me to.
She just looks very unimpressed.
Well, that after Marcus said that and Legacy and Bengetti were bickering, Lockhart was kind of looking at Marcus up and down and considering things, like her jaw set a bit, and it takes a little bit because like she's kind of calculating things, and she said, "We'll discuss it after our next session." Not an outright no.
Not an outright no. Marcus takes a deep breath, and you can see him, like, he opens his mouth to start to say something, and then just closes his mouth and nods.
And do you have something to say? Looking to Kaya.
Kaya is kind of like tapping like her finger on like her knee a little bit. Like, what?
I'm just
Maybe.
asking for your opinion.
Well, I mean, I got opinions and shit. Feel like they're all already known. But,
Cosmic, like, if you say all already known, and Cosmic will very lightly hold up his finger and say, I don't know them.
Cosmic so much. I just, don't think that she's gonna start fussing with her cybernetic hand a little bit. Locke, I need to talk to you at some point about something. Whenever you got a sec.
Okay. Veloska's still in the room, right?
Yes. He is looking at something on his computer. You can see him reading something, presumably. But he's very much hunched over at the table.
Okay.
He hasn't been chased off by the noise yet.
Not yet.
Really impressive, honestly.
Well, since he hasn't been chased off, Lockhart will look at Kaya and kind of slowly get up, lean the chair in, put the leg rest in, set it up. Let's head to the bedroom then.
Well, you should be resting.
I can walk just fine. And I've been resting all day.
I feel like you could rest the rest of the day, but whatever, sure.
I mean, I would have if the place hadn't been bombarded with people.
You know what? Let's just go talk. Alright?
Last thing you hear before the door closes to the bedroom for this private conversation is Legacy turning back towards Bengetti. Hey, Bengetti, what if we shoved a Larry on top of one of these things?
Shoved a Larry, put a Larry on a...
heard that these things are cooking killing machines.
Give it arms and legs.
Do you want Larry to come with you into the room, Kaya? Because I assume he kind of is attached at your side at all times. But if you ask for a private conversation, he won't go with you.
I would say
His time with Aunt Legacy.
Yeah, I feel like the lesser of two evils. Marcus is there. Marcus is a good boy. So is Cosmic. Unfortunately, the two gremlins are there too. But hopefully, Cosmic and Marcus can balance it out.
Well, also, if they get too loud, Veloska will complain.
Yeah,
if nothing
exactly.
else.
Yeah,
At
so
the very least, interrupt the conversation to get us.
I would
Are
probably
you so
give
sure
Larry
about
down
that?
the-
Because then they'll just refocus Legacy back onto Veluska.
Oh,
Gonna
boy.
drive the man to drink.
Like he doesn't already.
She'd give Larry a pat on the head and say she'll be right back.
Larry, looks at you and then nods and will float until he will take the big easy chair where Lockhart was.
What
Yes.
if we put Larry on one of these things? Larry, would you like arms and legs? Closed door. Click.
Larry, you hear a muffled, yes. More arms.
Oh my god.
That's the new goal. Pop the head off of one of these things, put Larry on top.
Oh my god. Okay, just fucking hears that. Fucking stiffens. Fucking deep breath. Nope. Deal with that later. I'll deal with that later. Fucking close the door. Just fucking. All in her head is thinking that, Legacy just said that on purpose. She knows. She literally just said that because I was walking away. We're probably talking about something else entirely right now. At least that's what she's telling herself.
Keep telling yourself that.
Gonna come back to a whole fucking schematic drawn up with Larry at the top.
I will facilitate this. Mary will help facilitate this.
God. Okay. Yes, that's exactly what I was fucking thinking of. Okay.
But yeah, you, Kaya, and Lockhart, you get up and walk to the back of the room, and it's not too difficult for Lockhart to move around. It's a little uncomfortable. You feel a little stiff, but your legs work pretty well and pretty unaffected. It's just muscle soreness and the general aches, but you're not suffering from any intense intense wounds from on the legs.
You'd
And
be slightly dizzy.
and again, it's a very very important room. There is not a lot of furniture in the back room area. It feels very much like an unmoved in dorm room where you have the like the single bed, which is slightly larger than a twin. It full size. That's what it is. It's a full sized bed with a single dresser that has 3 drawers. There's no there would be a window in here. Yeah, there would be a window on the outside area. And there's really not much else in there. There's just a ceiling lamp or a ceiling light and fan, but that is it, really. It is a very, very simple room. There is a bedspread and bed sheets on it that are very plain, that have it. You can sleep on the bed, and they're presumably clothes that Veloska has put inside the dresser drawers, but Veloska hasn't actually made much of a presence in this room.
May I make a request?
Sure.
There also might be very, very small desk. And by desk, it's actually more of just big enough for a lamp and a laptop kind of thing. Or a monitor kind of thing. So it's not huge. But there is a small desk and a chair there for if work needs to be kind of thing.
Yeah, you have a little desk and lamp, and simple wooden chair, or not wooden, but it looks like one of those standard wooden chairs, and then there would be a nightstand as well, typical bedside table.
Lockhart would probably sit in the chair, the desk chair.
Okay. I guess Kaya would just sit on the bed, just facing her. I imagine the desk is opposite the bed, so you could sit at the foot of the bed and essentially be facing Lockhart. Okay, we just sit down. She probably sat down after she made sure Lockhart was settled and sat. Are you sure you didn't pull some shit walking?
I'm fine. I'm not going to injure myself just by walking a couple feet.
You never fucking know, alright? What if, I don't know, you bumped into something or you tripped and that just fucked up your shoulder even more?
I really seem that incompetent.
No, but no one's fucking perfect.
Anyways, what did you want to talk about?
About this fucking mission we're talking about doing?
Yes.
Locke, I think you should take like at least a week or two off.
I don't see what the point of doing that would be.
Make sure you're healed up.
The doctor already gave me what I needed to heal up.
Yeah, and you gotta actually rest and let your body heal.
Well, that's what I was trying to do.
You don't need just a day to get over it. You need at least a week to make sure you're, healed properly.
Even if I were to agree with you on that point, we don't have much time. We don't have a week to just sit around and sleep. In all honesty, I don't really want Marcus to be taking lead on this. I don't believe he's ready.
Okay, well, you're the expert there on just, like, whatever the fuck. So we just delay it a little bit, a couple more days.
Again, we don't have time to do that. We don't have that luxury.
Well, we've got some time. And if we don't make sure that, we don't burn ourselves out or, break from the constant fucking stress of all this shit, we're not gonna last with whatever the fuck we're doing here.
Right. Was there something that went on between you all that I am missing?
I don't think so.
And that's no problem.
Well, other than the fact that, you and JJ almost fucking died. And you're both banged up to shit. And you need a few days to heal from that. Now, you shouldn't be thrown right back to the front and taking point on some shit a couple of days after. You got a fucking concussion and stitches and a dislocated shoulder.
I'm alive. And so is JJ.
Yeah,
We
that
got
shouldn't...
here in time to be healed.
Barely.
And we'll give it 48 hours and then we'll go.
48 hours isn't fucking long enough, Locke.
It doesn't matter if it's long enough or not.
I think it does matter. Quite a lot, actually.
Do you really think that everyone out there is just going to sit here and wait a week? I wouldn't be surprised if they go off and try and do it on their own.
They're not. They don't got a fucking death wish. We can talk to them and, plan this shit out. They'd understand. Or maybe we could figure something else out. Some third or fourth option none of us could figure out on our own. That's what part of being a team is.
Or we could strike with Iron's Heart and go down the path we already have.
Strike while the iron's hot, right? But if there's something fucked up with your hammer, it's gonna shatter on impact.
It's nothing. I'm fine.
You're not, though.
Yes, I am.
Locke, there's so much shit wrong. Just take a couple more days to, heal. So that when you do strike, you can strike with your full force and, not have to worry about if that punch is going to dislocate your shoulder again.
You weren't even there. You don't know that's what happened.
Nope, I can see your arms in a sling. Lois gave me the rundown of what's wrong with you. Doesn't take, a fucking genius to figure out that if you punch with your shoulder fucked up, you're gonna fuck it up even more.
I have 2 arms.
Oh, great, you can fuck up 2 shoulders. Nice. Look, just take a couple of extra days. We've got other shit we can look into in the meantime.
Like what?
Follow more on the Tetsuo leads.
This is supposed to be a Tetsuo lead.
Well, yeah, but it's not just that. We've got other shit to look into. Follow up more on, what we got from the house.
Oh, so you'd rather we go back there instead?
No, I'm talking about looking at what we already got from there. We could talk to Maxine about, her shit. What she's found from all the, stuff.
Yes, because talking has got us so far.
Well, right. Just walking into this place also got you so far, huh? Look, I'm not telling you to never, do your cool punch shit again. I'm just saying, wait a few more days. Heal up, like actually, recover before you go diving in again. Is that so much to fucking ask?
We have very little time before this big operation we are going. We need to get as much of an advantage as we can for them. And if I am able, I am not going to be sitting around and healing when I can be out on the field.
But you're not able. At least not fully. Yeah, you could, but that'd only be, making it worse. You wouldn't be doing your best work anyway. And we've got a few weeks. We've got, a month and a half? You can take 3 more days. Look, we can do more shit when there's 4 or 5 of us, 6. Everyone in this fucking room can do shit.
That's perfect. That's why we're all going.
Just what? Why do you want to go so fucking soon? You can't wait 3 more days till your shoulder heals up at least? Till your stitches get taken out? Till, your eyes don't look half dilated because you got a fucking concussion?
I just want to do something.
Right, and we can look into other shit.
Okay, like what?
What, do you want me to get a list or some shit?
What would you have me specifically do? I'm not an engineer like you. I'm not a hacker like Legacy. I'm not an inventor.
You could, what JJ does is get information through shit. And even then, look, you don't have to push yourself. You can just take 2 or 3 days, focus on healing, and then a couple of days, light duty before you go back out into the fucking field.
I appreciate your concern.
I feel like there's a but.
But I am fine.
There it is. Yeah, I don't believe you.
And you can believe whatever the fuck you want. It's not going to change what I'm going to be doing.
Just why can't you wait 2 extra days? Take 2 days of just resting, focusing on healing. A couple more days of just light duty, looking into intel and shit like JJ does. More reconnaissance shit rather than going in and infiltrating. And then within a week, you'll be ready, more prepared, and fully fucking rested to do what you actually want to do.
When you explain this, I don't want to be sitting still for too long. We've done that before, so. And if you guys want to do that, that's fine. Go ahead and research on them. That's not my way of doing things.
Yeah, your way of doing things is just gonna get you fucking killed.
Perhaps. But I don't plan on it.
Yeah, no one fucking does. But guess what? We've already lost a lot of fucking people. We can't keep just doing that.
I don't understand why this is such a big deal to you.
What is there to not fucking understand? That I care about you? Cause I do. I don't want you to die? Cause I fucking don't. What more is there to understand?
I am doing my job in all of this. I'm the muscle here, correct?
Right. Yeah. I don't think anyone would argue with you on that.
So if someone is going to go out and get beat up, it shouldn't be me.
I mean, that's a fucked up situation to
So
begin
let
with.
me do my fucking job.
You can do your job after you're ready to. You're not healed or in a position to. Once you healed up, yeah, go get them. Right?
I know my limitations.
Do you? Because you
Yes,
seem
I
ready to
do.
go back there tomorrow.
I said 48 hours for a reason.
48 hours isn't fucking long enough with your injuries.
These are nothing compared to other things I've gotten.
Yeah, that's fucked up, Like, you should take the time to heal up from that shit. All I'm asking is make that 48, stretch it out another couple of days. Make it 4 or 5 days.
This conversation is not going to get anywhere, is it?
No, it's not. Look, I can't lose anyone else, alright? I'm not gonna let you just walk right back in when you're not ready for it, when your injuries aren't fully healed.
I'm not going to be losing anyone.
Is that something you can fucking promise? Because I don't fucking think so. But I do know that if you only go out when, you're able to, and you're not, suffering from 5 different fucking injuries at the same time, when you're fully healed up, you stand hell of a fucking chance against anything on this fucking station. But add in all of the shit you're dealing with, I don't like those chances anymore.
I As I have said countless times, I'm fine and I will be healed enough in a couple of days.
Healed enough by your definition, which I think just means not actively bleeding.
I really don't understand why this is a huge deal to you. We barely know each other, so you really shouldn't care as much.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, but I do. So, I don't know what else to say on that. Can't really explain it. It's kind of my thing. Caring about people. Making sure they're, okay. And, actually okay, not just this fine bullshit when you're obviously not fine. I'm not about to let you just do some dumb shit.
Well, if you have someone else in mind that can do this quote-unquote dumb shit, then I'm all ears.
We can just move the dumb shit till later, when you're capable of taking it head on. 2 more days ain't gonna fucking kill anyone.
And 2 more days means that information could be gone.
Could be. There's a good chance they're already swarming the place. And we can just keep, an eye on it. I mean, there is a chance that, they're not gonna go and clean shop. You said the place had the power off, right? I mean, there's a very small chance that the security system didn't, send a signal out. Maybe just alerted whatever was inside. Not likely, but it's possible. And we can just, have someone keep an eye on the place, make sure that it's good to go.
Either way, we've already made our plans.
Yeah, plans can change. We just made them a minute ago. It's not like it's set in stone. Again, we could just figure something else out. Talk to everyone about it. Because you can't be in the field right now.
That's your opinion.
More of a fact, really. Do you want me to get the little, list of injuries you got? I was like, I can. Los has got it on a file.
I am still capable of moving and walking, and if I really wanted to, I probably could throw you halfway across this room.
Yeah,
Will
probably.
Will it hurt? Yeah, probably. But I could still do it if I needed to.
Yeah, I don't think you really need to. And yeah, you probably could. But, doing that's probably gonna fuck your shoulder up even more. And just, I had a case to my point on, this whole argument. I had a point to my case, I think, is the phrasing. Whatever. You know what I mean.
You don't trust me.
Of course I trust you. I just don't trust your judgment right now.
So you don't trust me.
No, there is a fucking difference there. I trust you. A lot. But I don't think you see what I see right now.
I know myself better than anyone else could.
Yeah.
I know my limitations.
I feel like your limitations are just to the brink of death. As long as you're not dead, you're okay. Am I right on that? Because I feel like you don't actually take into account what, being okay and actually healthy is. You just care more about if you can still function. Even if it's, half-assed function because half your fucking bones are broken. You're still gonna, keep fighting because you can still move, kinda.
He doesn't look at Kaya.
Look, I'm more concerned about you actually being, literally okay and healthy. And not just functional, but like, what's the word fucking for? Like, not just functional, not just surviving, but like thriving, I think, is the term. I don't want you to just be okay. I want you to be good, even great. And right now, you're not. And you need a few days to heal up before you are again.
You're really not going to let this go, are you?
No, I'm fucking not. It's good that you realize it, though.
$72.
What about 96?
72 hours.
That's just one more day from what you said. What about 96? See, I wanted a week. I wanted 2 weeks, actually. I'm willing to say 96 hours as a compromise.
$96, but I go with you to get my bike.
Fine. I'm driving, though. And you're not leaving my side.
I roll. You are becoming more and more infuriating.
Kinda happens when you got a friend, you know?
He makes a slightly sour face, but gets up. I'm not going to stay in the apartment the whole time, though. I have to make sure Marcus is prepared for all this.
That's reasonable. As long as you don't, try to do more than you can, and then you don't do, like, heavy duty shit. You stick to light duty, just tell them what to do.
That was the plan.
Okay, cool. So we got a deal, right?
Fine. And she gets up and starts heading towards the door, but pauses. If you're serious about cooking, lasagna would be nice.
Kaya is
Aw.
going to stand up and just very, very, like, wide smile. Like, cool. Consider it done.
Lockhart will leave the room.
Kaya will follow. Rejoin the group. And there
Guess
better
what
not
you
be a
find.
fucking Larry. There better not be a fucking Larry K9 K9 schematic.
Ben Getty has sat up and is sitting crisscross, and you can see that he is in a thinker's pose with a hand on his elbow and there's the other hand on his chin. And he is, like, in the middle of saying, I think we need to make some kind of adapter to attach onto the base that doesn't, like, expose internals to make it, like, sensitive. Because you gotta keep, like, form factor safe. But also, we could make the swap really quick.
I mean, all you gotta do is just take the fucking magnets out because he's not gonna need the magnets if he's attached to it.
Well, I thought you could control the magnets yourself. I can.
But if we're talking about just needing like an adapter, just pop those suckers out, pop an adapter in, there you go. You don't even gotta do nothing to him.
This idea to begin with.
Is that Marcus saying I don't like this?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Like, she's just like looking at him and like looking towards Larry. But think about it. Our own murder bot. Because you're not gonna kill us, right, Larry?
Larry holds up both hands in like a triumphant pose and just goes, "Murder bot, but nice."
I think they're corrupting your kid.
First of all, he's not my kid. And what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Nothing.
Improvements.
Larry.
Murder bot, but nice.
Improvements.
You
Gestures to
wanna,
legacy.
give me a little more detail on what you mean by murder bot, but nice?
Pop a head off, put Larry on top.
I get more arms and legs.
Larry, if you want arms and legs, I could just, build those for you. You don't gotta attach yourself to a very, very dangerous KR unit.
But that would be better? Turns to Legacy, like, searching for the right thing to say here.
Oh my god.
Situationally better.
Situationally better.
He's just like gestures and nods towards Larry.
Lockhart's just Kai's just gonna turn to Lockhart and just exasperation across her face. Why the fuck do I live with that again? She's a bad influence.
I am not fully 100% the bad influence here. He's also a bad influence, number one, points at Bengetti, and number two, you gave him access to the internet. So you're just showing bad parenting.
I gave him access to a fucking thesaurus and dictionary app. And then someone gave him access to the internet because they made him a Twitter profile.
Hey. You having fun with that yet?
Can I have the killer bot nice body?
I need a fucking drink.
Oh yeah, do that, because when you get drunk you make really fun things, like Larry, who can then turn into a killer bot.
Why are you like this? Like, the fuck? Who even thinks of making a drone into it?
It's a drone into another drone. It's not even like hard to come up with.
But Larry's not just a fucking drone.
That's right. We can put one of the other Larrys into the fucking killer bots then.
Look, I already got things in the works for the other ones, alright?
What, you do?
You were with me when we talked about it. We were just working on them.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I was just kind of wrapped up in what we were doing. I forgot that those are actually going to be like for them. We could put them in the murderbots.
We're not putting them in the fucking metabots.
But then we wouldn't have to even make anything.
Well, that's the whole fucking point of this, is to make something, you know, for them, and we're not just putting them in a... No, we're not.
So you agree,
No.
adapter for Larry is better.
No, we're not putting any of the fucking... No one's going into a fucking Metabot.
Well, not into,
how-
on top of, thus controlling.
And how exactly are you planning to get a Metabot body?
Well, just aim for the head.
Yeah, good fucking point. No, we're not doing that. Nope. Mm-mm.
I mean, you said that you were fighting him on the fucking stairs. I do know how physics works. You go up enough stairs, you're taller than the thing, just crack the head open. Or, as I return back to an earlier point, expanding foam. It's like magic hands.
Well, the thing about expanded foam is that what that's gonna do is just gonna fuck up all the cabling and the circuits in it. It's gonna make it fucking useless. If look at all the sensors and how they... You know what? No,
Well, that's
no.
again, we're
Yeah,
trying to
expanded
remove
foam
the
will work.
head.
Yeah, let's do that.
We're removing the head to make Larry the head. Thus, it doesn't matter if that head gets fucked up. And actually, it's ideal that that head gets fucked up.
No.
Yes.
Absolutely fucking not. Look, Larry, if you want, like, arms and legs, I can build you something. Separate, you know, not a fucking Metabot.
He likes a murder bot, though.
Just gonna turn
Murder
to
Larry.
Lockhart. No! Just gonna fucking turn to
nice.
Lockhart. It's like... What? Can you tell him that, like, you know, that's not gonna fucking work? Like, cause you've seen him in person. I've seen him in person too, but I've never been attacked by one. I don't know.
Lockhart would look to Marcus and be like, I can't believe you actually let them continue this training pool.
Well, I didn't. I tried to stop them. I'm not.
Obviously not hot enough.
What do you want me to do?
You could have told them that Kaya would not be okay.
Oh, I knew Kaya was
I
not going to
tried
be okay.
telling them. That's what she said.
Well, you should have tried harder.
Oi, oi, he is my boyfriend, not my father. He can't tell me to do jack shit.
No, but he can tell Larry that, hey, this is a bad fucking idea, bud.
I tried doing that too.
But you see? You
Larry,
see?
like very proudly, failed.
Good job.
Yeah. You points to Vengetti.
What? Oh, I didn't do anything.
Agrees with
Yeah.
the idea.
Yeah, no shit.
Well,
course he
agreeing
does.
with an idea is different than participating in the idea. And I have done nothing wrong.
I've literally just heard you go on about making it actually work, so you're just as fucking guilty.
Okay, well, get to me less then.
No.
What? Why? It wasn't my idea. I didn't start it. That's not fair.
Well, I don't give a shit what's fair. All of yous. No, we're not doing this. Absolutely fucking not. If you want to build, like, a bigger suit for Larry, I'll just build it myself. We're not fucking taking a fucking murder bot.
Legacy has that very much like that kind of cat that ate the canary satisfied face, and even as she's like, we're not doing this, like, Legacy's just still smiling and looks towards Larry in the silence that follows. If you want a killer robot body, I'll get you a killer robot body, Larry. Even if Mom says no.
Killer Larry.
We're not making a fucking killer Larry, alright?
Killer Larry, but nice.
Larry, you can't be a killer and nice.
He frowns.
Actually,
You can be a nice
technically
Larry.
Can.
Shh! Look, we're not talking about this, no.
Being a murderer doesn't equate to niceness. You agree with that?
See?
Whose side are you fucking on, Locke?
Lockhart just moves to her seat and kind of like picks up Larry with her one good arm.
Larry, like, he was floating there, and then when you pick him up with one good arm, he goes completely, basically limp, so that you can hold on to him and manipulate him. He's surprisingly heavy, but you're still able to hold him.
Yeah, Lockhart will sit down and set him on the armrest. So it'd be akin to him, like how someone leans on the armrest when someone's sitting in a chair.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Fucking double betrayed. That was Kaya's spot.
There's another armrest.
She fucking walk over, follow, fucking sees that shit, stare. Fucking kidding me? Goes over to the other side of the fucking armrest. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. All of this shit.
Watches Kaya for a moment, gives a single nod, looks back to her computer. We've sufficiently broken Kaya for the day. Good job, everybody.
I'm not fucking broken.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that.
Fuck's that supposed to mean?
It's like around this point that Veloska stands up from the table and grabs his laptop and just hustles into the back room and closes the door.
And as he's like, right before the door closes, and there goes Veloska.
Just grumbling, just like, too many people, too loud.
Nolies. Wait. Cosmic, please tell me you're on my side here.
I don't see why we can't be on each other's side.
Well, you can't. That's like,
Why
you
not?
know, opposite sides of an opinion of, you know, bad idea for Larry to go into a fucking KI unit versus, you know, apparently it sounded like a good idea despite how fucking careless and dangerous that shit is.
I don't know a lot about drone stuff.
You can plead the fifth if you want.
He nods to that and just goes, I plead the fifth. It's at this point you notice that the popcorn bucket is like less than half full now.
Jesus Christ.
So Legacy has been like occasionally munching on some of it too, though.
I imagine it's kind of gone around. It's gone around the room. Most of it has been cosmic, but everyone has gotten some at this point if they've wanted some.
Kaya. It's Kaya's turn with the bucket. She's gonna fucking pick it up and just fucking handful munch angrily.
See, she's angry eating. She is slowly being swayed to our side. Or at least giving up enough.
I'm not angry eating.
You're
I'm
angry.
not even like. Fuck you.
Cosmic, like, takes a handful and just goes, eating helps me feel better.
Yeah, you know, I'm not angry. No, I just think the city is fucking stupid.
Kaya, I can see the steam coming out of your ears.
I think you're seeing Greece.
No, I don't. I would not react to that because that's just normal. Honestly surprised you don't bleed grease.
No, I just sweat it. Or fuel, at this rate. Well, besides the point. We're not fucking taking fucking KR unit. That's a hard fucking line. If Larry wants, bigger body, I can just build one myself.
There is a very clear expression that Kaya would recognize at this point of try and stop me.
She's gonna turn to Larry. Larry, you're not allowed to be alone with legs anymore.
He was not alone with me.
He frowns.
You're not allowed to be with legs when I'm not there, alright?
Well, that's gonna be kind of hard since we
Okay.
live together.
Oh yeah, but as long as I'm in the vicinity, it's fine.
So, technically, you were still in the vicinity. So, still...
No getting out of eyesight, alright, bud?
He would. You hear him make like an affirmative but he does that typically accompanies a full body like nod, but he's under Lockhart's arm, so he just like his head, or not his head, the little bit of face that you can see goes to the top of the screen and then to the bottom of the screen.
Okay. She reaches over and she pats head. Well, if you really want, like, arms and shit, I'd rather build it myself than you use whatever the fuck they've got going on. Tell me
Flying
honest.
good, but murder legs sound cool.
Yeah, I can build you cool legs myself.
Like murderbot legs?
Better, honestly. I don't really... There's so many fucking, like, weird shit they did in that schematic. Like, I noticed a lot of, like, weaknesses and shit.
Honestly, I wouldn't suggest those legs either.
Yeah, like,
Even
I
if
can
with
build
one,
just a...
the whole thing goes down.
Exactly. Thank you. So you're on my side, right?
But she's also smart enough to know that having Murderbot on our side would be useful.
Yeah, but, what if something happens to him?
Again, that's why the engineering comes in. She's like, gestures around the room to the collective brainiacs.
I'd rather just build, like, a better body for him.
So when are we going back to the place again for all of the murderbot stuff that we're talking about?
96 hours.
Lockhart looks grumpy.
96 hours.
Okay.
But sooner than that, we're gonna go swing by, pick up Locke's bike, see if the place is swarming. And if it's not, probably have some people keep tabs on it. And 96 hours are up, then we can all head in as long as it doesn't look like, trapped. Or, fully staffed and shit.
Cosmic, nods and blinks. Should I buy a bigger gun?
Do you want a bigger gun?
He thinks about it. If it's helpful.
It's your choice.
Thinks about it again. I'll see if I can find a big one.
Okay, just don't get, I don't know, put on a list or some shit.
Do I have 3 days to make a brand new fucking electrical weapon or whatever?
4.
Ugh. Fine, I'll think of something, I guess.
I mean, if you need help, I could help you.
Maybe. I say as I crack open the book to look at the items.
If we got 4 days, then we got a different problem that we're going to be talking about. And she gestures between herself and Kaya.
What?
You remember me telling you all the stories about Sprite? Yeah, Sprite knows
Uh,
everything now.
yeah, you're talking about like the person, not
Yes.
the. Okay.
Yeah, they know
Oh,
everything now. They want to meet you.
Uh,
Really want to meet
cool.
you, points towards Lockhart. But we're gonna do that later.
So
are
we
they
have
like? Check
another person in on this then.
Yes, but honestly not surprising on one hand, and also on the other hand, they have an entry point into Gigadeath for us.
Uh, quick question out of character. Are we just ignoring Telme, Cassidy, and all them?
They are doing their own thing at the moment, but
Okay.
you
They
you can still consider Talmay and at the very least involved.
Okay.
I'm assuming that they're an easy entry point into the building itself if things
Mm-hmm.
shake out the right in a way that we can get into the building with them. But Gigadeath gives us entry point and maybe some sort of control or awareness of what's going on outside.
Correct. That would be a good way to think of it.
Wonderful. Why don't we just start telling everyone? Schmuck that.
Hmm.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, she's supposedly really tough, which is good considering that the only two people here in our little group that are, I guess, the de facto strongmen, he says in quotation, or Marcus says in quotation marks, or strong people, would be you and I. And now Sprite.
Lockhart doesn't feel any better. It's not reassured.
Look, we're gonna talk to him, right? When I get to meet him.
Legacy nods. Yeah, I kind of promised that they'd get to meet you and Marcus at a dinner at some point.
Uh, sure. When are they coming over? Do they got any allergies? Just know about?
I'll just tell them whenever, and they'll show up whenever. Whenever works for us, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, they're. Let's just put it this way: even if they didn't know all the details of everything, they're already involved in another wing of what's your face's group, and like motions towards JJ.
JJ, looking, like, opens one eye and just goes, well, technically, Konako is in our group. I have some other contacts.
Legacy nods, like, the Ghost Protocol, right? The Ghost Protocol, they're apparently, according to Sprite, in charge of and responsible for Gigadeath to begin with, so.
I think that's what I've heard. There's one cell or another, I can't remember which, that is involved with arranging the whole shebang, or at least a few of the members of the cell. I wasn't able to really parse if it was because, or I wasn't really able to parse if it was something that the cell organized as just a thing they wanted to do, or if it was some kind of job with an ulterior intention. They did a really good job obscuring any sort of readily available public info about it.
You didn't think it was important to tell us.
Hey, I don't share information for free. If you figure shit out and ask me, I might share it. But if I give everything away for free, then I'm out of a job. It's not personal, it's just business.
Well,
And
and you confirming that just means that Sprite's telling the truth, and even if I didn't tell them everything, you can sure as shit bet that they would figure out where I was if as soon as I got within 100 yards of that concert. And then they would be involved without the information, which would be much worse.
Nods. There's been a lot of cell activity lately. Might be related to Gigadeath. If you like, I can reach out to the other different cells of Ghost Protocol and see if we could cooperate on something.
Well, I guess he just kind of shrugs, looking at him like, oh, if nothing else, seeing what they want might be useful.
It's definitely... I'm definitely now indebted to you for this. He gestures to the, all of the healing that he has been given.
Pretty sure technically that's indebted towards Veluska.
Oh, he's not here. But Veloska is affiliated with all of you guys, so I assume that I can just work with you all? Maybe?
Shrug.
If you're gonna toss your hat in with us, might as well. You've seen the bullshit that we get up to. Now, firsthand.
He nods. I have seen and eaten some of the bullshit that you have gotten up to.
Don't tell me you did not enjoy blowing shit up on the highway.
Well, I wasn't on the highway. I had a guy do that. But I did enjoy getting to actually use some of the guns that I own. Even though I'll probably never see that one again.
Sorry for your loss?
Sorry for my wallet. If you like, I'll consider this an open invite to other parts of Ghost Protocol. I'll share with you some of the information and resources I'm privy to. I try not to tap into them too often. I don't like to leave a trail. But I figure if we're working together, you could at least know where I go. Occasionally go. Sound fair?
Sounds fair enough to me.
Yeah, kinda nods.
Marcus and Cosmic both nod as well. He very pointedly looks at Lockhart and raises an eyebrow like, well?
oh, sorry. She would have nodded with her
Mhm.
mouse.
Okay then. We'll see if I can arrange a meet between you and Cal.
Cal.
Yep. That is my go-to contact for whenever I need, well, something physical. Any sort of particular resource that is hard to come by, or if I need an extra set of hands for something. I try not to call on them often though. They like to keep a track of how many times I've called. and how much I owe them. I'm not sure if they do that with everyone, but they do it with me enough that it gets on my nerves. Cal is short for Calamity, by the way.
Not a bad name.
He nods, and you see there is a, like, Legacy specifically, you see the look in his eye of he, like, nods, raises his eyebrows a little bit at, like, you have no idea. I'll see if I can arrange a meet before the 96 hours are up so that you can maybe have a little bit of preparation going into what turns into a revisit to that shithole lab.
Any advanced information would be good.
Yeah, whatever we can, get.
Maybe you can look at the schematics a bit more. Find some clear weak points.
Nod.
And if we're gonna go run with the theory that this cyber psycho may or may not have busted out of that, if you got anything that might be the maps of the sub-levels for the ward proper. See what's closest.
I'll see if I can get some maps to something as well. If you don't get to it first. Looking at Kaya.
And
Sorry.
go ahead.
I mean, I'll look at my old, stash, see if I've already got them, but I'll let you know, and then you can, find them.
And if we had a 96-hour window, I can see about scrubbing the dark web. If there's anybody that might be interested in sharing little bits and pieces about KR bots. Gotta be running on some sort of program that's been at least attempted to be cracked.
And are you going to have any plans in the near future, Marcus?
Say it one more time.
Is Marcus going to have any plans in the near future?
Not that I can think of. I'll
Dinner
make
with
time for a
Sprite,
training
you have
session.
to be you have to live for that.
Oh, yeah. Is that gonna be before we go into the dangerous place?
Probably. We got 4 days.
Yeah,
Well-
Sprite's not known for their patience.
Then I have that to look forward to. And he turns back to Lockhart.
You can't
Dinner
break my
with
boyfriend
Sprite.
before that.
Don't worry, it's not a plan. Just a bit of specialized training.
Slight worry. I'll deal with this day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I need to rest. She says as she leans her head back into the chair.
Arm still on top of Larry.
Yep.
The most comfortable drone.
Larry's just vibing.
Larry is part drone, part stuffed animal at this point.
Yeah. His personality is soft enough that cuddling him feels nice.
Well, while she's resting, I suppose we should do the Sprite dinner?
Legacy looks up from what she is doing at Marcus. That's very you're really gonna suggest that?
I think it would be best before I get trained.
Oh, please don't phrase it like that.
Don't worry, you won't hurt much. Not this time.
Much.
There's a slight, twitch of the eye on Marcus.
Unless you prefer cardio.
I still don't prefer cardio. I would rather fight than do cardio.
But this would be doing a little ball.
Oh boy.
And just turn towards Kaya. Well, it looks like you're gonna be doing a lot of cooking in the next 4 days.
Yep, already got like two menu items on the list. What time of day is it?
It would be around probably
It's late afternoon.
3 or 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay.
Late afternoon, starting to get close to dinner time.
Okay. I'm thinking of the logistics of okay, can Kaya cook dinner and get it back to Lockhart and JJ?
Lockhart has a kitchen.
That's true. Just
She
go to
does?
the grocery
Kitchenette.
store.
Okay, is it capable of making a lasagna, Joe?
Barely, yes. It is a small oven, but there is an oven.
Okay. Cool. I imagine Kaya has already fucking prepped dinner for the apartment already. Because obviously she meal preps.
Legacy will kind of closes her laptop and kind of stretches as she sees Kaya gaze grow distant as she starts prepping mentally for things. Oh, there is something we need to talk about, Kaya.
More?
Yeah. And she'll kind of look at Kaya, and it's God from the mischief and chaos and snarkiness to just a very kind of somber look.
Uh-oh.
I think it might be time that we clean out the third bedroom.
Ooh. Kaya visibly, freezes. And, stiffens. Alright. Sure, we can do that. Yeah, sure.
If you don't want to, I can get everything in the boxes. And she'll look towards Cosmic. And anything that you might want, I'm sure she'd want you to have it.
He blinks for a second.
Any of her trophies. I think it would be nice to keep those.
Keep the pears.
He nods.
When would you wanna go through it? Because obviously I am gonna help you and be there, you know?
Legacy just kind of like shrugs. Hey. Just whenever we can fit it in amongst everything that's going on. But probably best to actually have a room that's usable with all of this chaos going on around us, and a room usable for anybody to crash in.
Yeah. I do want to keep all the pictures though.
Legacy nods. Yeah, I really don't think we need to get rid of anything. See if we can get one of the storage spaces in the complex. In case... I don't know. In case.
In case, yeah, in case makes sense. Alright, on the way home we could swing by and get boxes. So we could pack it all up whenever we find the time, you know?
Legacy will just kind of like look towards Marcus of like, I think the two of us could probably manage that since you're busy cooking steak, and looks towards Lockhart with this like, and what are you eating?
Lockhart ignores the look.
Air.
A couple things.
Steak and air.
Thanks. I'll probably be here for a couple more hours. If you wanna invite Sprite over for the night, I'll probably be able to make it back home in time. And then, I mean, I've already got all the shit for dinner already prepped back home. And then when I get there, I can just, you know, fix it up real quick.
Don't have to rush. I mean, Lockhart has already said she's going to reserve punching Marcus until the day after tomorrow, so tomorrow works.
Yeah, no, we can do it tonight. I mean, as long as like Sprite's not the kind of person that'll like mind that I'm like, I don't know, coming in fresh off a motorcycle ride.
Oh, trust me. They will not give a shit.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we can invite him over tonight and I'll make whatever. I kind of forgot what I got prepped tonight.
I can finish whatever you're doing now if you want to go.
What? No.
I still have a usable arm and I'm fine standing on my feet.
Well, yeah.
I can at least heat something up.
Well, yeah, but I still gotta, you know, make it, and I've also gotta run to the store to, you know, get all the shit. It's not gonna take me all that long.
And just make it another time.
Nah.
Legacy just kind of like stands up as she senses a new argument starting. It's like motions really quick for like Marcus and and Cosmic to like stand up and get the fuck out too.
Cosmic stands up, kind of like, oh, I guess we're leaving, and then Marcus is like, yeah, we're leaving.
Just walks past Lockhart and will look at Lockhart, mischief again, reached out and actually mess Lockhart's hair up because this is one of the only times she can't catch her. And
She has a free arm!
dart out of the room.
I imagine Lockhart was actually like laying down decently comfortably, actually. And kind of like, was closing her eyes, opening them slightly when talking, closing her eyes. Was not expecting that. Went to instinctively grab at her wrist and missed.
Has to let go of Larry, who's like, what?
If Lockhart could growl, she would be. And I assume you're not taking Johan home then? Looking at the floor. Where I'm assuming he fell asleep or something.
Yeah, he's basically there, like, halfway conscious, halfway not conscious.
Shit.
You can't stay here tonight.
I'll live here now. He rolls over. I'm not getting on a motorcycle.
It's like, I can pick you up tomorrow? And I'll drive slow.
Not on a motorcycle.
Look, I'll drive slow, alright? I just drove that fast because I was worried about Locke.
JJ has a car.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I could drive him home in a day or two. You'll survive, you. Looking at Bengali.
But
Hmm.
if you're okay to drive, I mean, I can drive a car too, but I just don't got one.
At the very least, I could just, I don't know, take a bus or one of the trains or something.
Or you can ask Marcus.
There's ways to get home.
Yeah, can I ask Marcus?
Marcus
Marcus.
have a car?
Marcus doesn't have a car.
Oh, no, he doesn't know.
But he can use JJ's while JJ is incapacitated.
That is true.
Hmm.
I could do that. I could borrow your car? JJ, who's not paying attention really, and like opens an eye and looks and just goes, yeah, sure. Just don't break it.
Or Lockhart's fancy sports car.
No.
Looks a
She
little
drives.
frustrated at that.
She drives her car.
I'm a safe driver, even
I'm
though I
the
don't own
only-
a car.
I am the only one who can drive my car.
You hear he's standing just a bit out of earshot, and he mumbles something under his breath. Legacy, you're standing close enough that you hear like, we'll see about that.
Just evil laughter from Legacy.
You want to repeat that?
Nope. You don't have to hear everything.
She heard mumbling. She doesn't know what it was, but she assumed it was something she wouldn't be happy about.
Marcus just shakes his head and just goes, no, just, kind of caught a cold, I guess. And
Why is he gonna say it? Sorry.
if you are, if we're planning on having a training session, I hope that you don't plan on sparring, but if you do, I hope you get enough rest.
Ooh.
Mama, see what it's like. I'll be sure to do that. Thank you.
Marcus nods, and there's a little hesitation, and he just goes, good. Nods. Good. So, shall we? Looking to Legacy and Cosmic.
She nods and closes the door after them.
As soon as the fucking door is closed, Kai's just gonna turn to Lockhart. You're not sparring.
That was not part of our agreement.
That kind of goes under heavy duty shit.
I wasn't planning on sparring.
Okay, cool. Good.
I just want to teach him how to fight a certain way. I plan on teaching him how to defend himself when he's partially incapacitated. It would be very important to skill to learn, even just a little bit.
Yeah, that seems like a good thing to learn, but how do you teach that? Like, without half knocking him out?
You ever wonder what it felt like to have one of your arms not work?
She just looks at Lockhart, looks down at her fucking cybernetic arm, looks back up at Lockhart. Yeah.
Well, he's gonna learn how to fight. Well, not having access to one of his arms. And how to deal with that weight.
You know, that's you and Marcus's business.
I said I wouldn't beat him up.
No, you're just gonna disable one of his fucking arms. Somehow.
Not permanently.
What, you gonna have, like, what? A tiny little fucking EMP on his arm?
No response.
Hmm.
Her eyes widen. Lock, you can't fucking do that shit.
We'll need to learn at some point.
Look, but a small little EMP is gonna probably affect both of his arms. The range is a little, a lot bigger than you think.
It's similar to how I dealt with the bots in the lab.
You gonna use your fucking glove on him?
None.
Yeah. Legs ain't gonna fucking like that, huh?
And that is why she is not going to know. I'm not going to force him to do it. But it would be highly beneficial if he knew how to handle it.
The logic's sound. She's just not gonna like it. I mean, I'm not gonna tell her. But, like, she's not gonna like it.
Turns to Ben Getty and glare.
What? I ain't no snitch.
I do have a hard time believing that.
He just gives you an ugly look. I am very trustworthy.
Apparently not with sensitive information.
When have I blabbed about sensitive information?
Seriously, a text message to everyone.
That is not sensitive. I was not told to not share that.
Johan, when have I ever wanted that kind of information out there?
He, like, from the ground just goes, "Oh, you too sensitive."
Just fucking pick on Lockhart Day.
I am still fully capable of carrying you across this room right now.
He lays back down and just puts his hands behind his head and just goes, "I'm not worried about it."
It's not like how her bluff was called. Anyways, that's the plan. Just have him do some exercises while partially disabled. Pretty simple.
Sounds simple. As long as you're not, like, I don't know, sneak attacking him with the glove.
That's... no. It's not my style.
Okay, well, cool. Good luck to him.
Go.
Yes,
Can there be a pillow nearby?
you can have a pillow for your lower back.
Thank you. When she comments to Kaya about that not being her style, she will take that pillow and throw it at Johan.
It doesn't hurt him, but it startles the shit out of him. And he scrambles like a cat that you, like, wake up by trying to pet it. And you're just like, "Arf!"
I imagine he was, like, laid out on his back
Exactly.
and, like, landed on his stomach.
And Lockhart goes back as if she hadn't moved at all.
Mm. He takes the pillow and does not give it back. It's his now.
Adds to his growing stash that he is accruing from this apartment.
So many pillows. Cool. You guys okay if I, like, head out for, like, 15 to go get foodstuffs?
I'm pretty sure we'll all be here.
Yeah, but, like, glances over to Vengetti, looks back to Lockhart. You guys are all gonna be, alive?
What? Yeah, we'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? We're just gonna hang out here alone.
And, not drive JJ insane?
JJ, like, you haven't heard him in a while, and if you were to go over and look, you would notice that he is asleep again.
Okay, good for him.
But not your roommate.
Just gotta double check. Okay. Kai's gonna stand up. And I imagine Larry is very, like, he's just chilling on the other side, on the other armrest where she gets up from.
Yeah, he's just hanging out there.
Alright. She's gonna just ask Larry, like, alright, Larry, do you wanna, like, chill here, or do you wanna come with me? You can stay if you want.
Have to stay in eyesight.
Well, I wasn't, like, serious about that.
What about Murderbot legs?
I am serious about that.
He frowns. He will, like, loose himself from underneath the arm and then float up and start to follow you.
Ooh. Sorry, Locke. Lost your arm. Of course, always do. and best driver in the station. She like puts on her helmet and goes out to go and get foodstuffs because she's got a lot of fucking cooking to do.
Two extremely intensive things, or extremely different things to cook.
Mm-hmm. Which, yeah, she's gonna go get all the stuffs. She's going to make lasagna for Lockhart, and she's gonna get a steak for JJ. A decent one. She cannot afford an expensive one, but she can get an okay one. And then she's gonna cook them dinner, leave it for them, strict instructions on when to take it out of the oven. And then she's gonna race back home. Not literally, she's going to drive, abiding the law this time. Back home to the apartment to go get started on dinner there. Fucking barely having time to take off her helmet and her gloves before she's in the kitchen.
Cool. And we will end the session there.